It's our friends from transportation.
Mhm.
Happy New Year, all.
Just give me a heads up when we are, okay. We are live, great.
Happy New Year to all.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Welcome to PDC's first meeting of the year. I am the Executive Director of the Public Design Commission, and welcome to the PDC public meeting. Now let's begin. If you are joining us via Zoom and would like to testify, please sign up through the Google form link, which is on our meeting agenda. And a commissioner, please reminder to bring the mic close to you when talking. I'm going to hand it over to Deborah.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Martin. I am President of the Public Design Commission. Welcome to the January 20th, 2026 Public Design Commission meeting. As New York City's design review agency, the Public Design Commission, PDC, has jurisdiction over the design of permanent structures, landscape architecture, and art proposed on or over city-owned property. Today's meeting is being held in person in City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and items numbered 30261 to 30285. Okay. Are there any recusals to note for the consent agenda?
Yes, because of the factual, historical, and partiality of the policing, courts of justice, prisons and jails in New York in both enforcement and sentencing towards Black people and people of color, I believe it's not possible for me to impartially serve to insert these institutions into residential neighborhoods, many of which house disproportionately Black people and people of color. So I am recused from item 30261 and all borough-based jails initiative items. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Kenseth Armstead is recused from item number 30261. Noting that recusal, I will, I also want to note that Commissioner Karen Keel is participating remotely and voting during this meeting as she is away due to caregiving responsibilities, which is a permissible reason under the resolution of the Public Design Commission for remote participation. I will now call for a vote on the consent agenda. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote for the consent agenda. Commissioner Armstead, and again, noting you are recused from item 30261.
Approve all.
Lori Hawkinson,
Approval.
Bill Heinzen,
Approve all.
Karen Keel,
Approval.
Manuel Miranda,
Approve all.
Merrill Tisch. Approval. Thank you. I also vote to approve all, so let the record show that all are in favor and we have a majority for approval of the consent agenda with the recusal noted. Okay, moving on to the next item, which is a renewed motion to vote. We'll begin with, we'll start that with it. That is item number 30286, preliminary review for the construction of a sky bridge over 33rd Street Plaza, connecting 1 Penn Plaza and 2 Penn Plaza located at West 33rd Street and 7th Avenue in Manhattan. Please note that Executive Director Shroshi Banerjee is recused and will leave the room. She has left the room. Jenna Miller, Senior Director of Urban Design and Policy, will preside over this project in her absence. A bit of history: at our public hearing on December 15th, 2025, a majority of 6 votes was not achieved and no action was taken on this project. We are now holding a renewed motion to vote. Please note that no new design proposals or changes have been reviewed by the commission, and this motion relates to the project submitted for our December 15th meeting. Presenters, you have approximately 10 minutes to speak if you so choose. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you. Thank you all. This is a very brief statement. First, we're all here, us, because we care so deeply about our city and the public realm. And we want to sincerely thank you and the commissioners and staff for all the energy and effort that you've put into our application. We want to acknowledge that this process has been unique for both of us. Great minds can still disagree, and this exercise is an example of that sort of civil discourse. But we have a long and successful history working with PDC and DOT to make the Penn District a special place for New Yorkers, commuters, and visitors that together we can be proud of. And we have honored your process, producing pedestrian modeling studies and answering the questions you posed honestly, professionally, and to the best of our ability. We have responded to your concerns about establishing precedent that is contrary to your normal policies. And we think that we in VHB did a compelling job showing that this area is like no other. No other place has 20,000 people of surge traffic at the same time that hundreds of thousands of commuters are trying to get home, and that the public is trying to enjoy one of the area's few respite spaces. The bridge is shown by VHB to improve the pedestrian levels of service materially from DOT's measurement standards. We have invested substantially in improving the area with the highest quality of designs. And our aspiration for this bridge are no less. The team at Foster and Partners and MDAS has demonstrated there are compelling options with and without an arch, which some of the commissioners asked us to explore. We have also worked with city planning to ensure that the bridge serves multiple public purposes, joyful and useful for the public to traverse, and creating less cross traffic, especially at 3 critical pinch points. We believe that we have shown that the bridge does serve the public and does not create a precedent. To the commissioners that supported us, that supported the bridge in the December meeting, we ask that you vote again today to support the bridge. And to the commissioners we did not convince in December, we can only hope to earn your support today and after, and look forward to working through the design together to deliver the best bridge we can. No matter the outcome, we have no doubt that we will work with you again in the future to continue to improve the public realm and the Penn District.
Thank you. Is that your full? Okay.
That's our.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So before I call for the roll call vote, I'm going to ask Bill Heinzen, Commissioner Heinzen, as the mayor's representative to make a brief statement. Then I will make a very brief statement, and then I will call for the roll call vote.
Thank you very much. Speaking on behalf of the mayor's office, I do want to clarify a few things for the record. We are aware that a letter was addressed to the commission that was dated December 31st, 2025 from the former deputy mayor for housing, economic development, and workforce. That letter made statements about the scope of the commission's jurisdiction over this project, including that PDC jurisdiction does not include a review of the location of this structure. Even though this matter has come before the commission by a delegation from the mayor's office consistent with the state approved plan, the mayor's office does not believe that the December 31st letter or the licensing agreement, the December 31st letter accurately describes the licensing agreement or PDC's jurisdiction in this matter. Instead, the mayor's office feels that the commission may, in this instance, exercise its ordinary charter jurisdiction, which includes consideration of the design in the context of location. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. My only statement is that I agree with Judy that everyone here serves as a volunteer. In my 5 years on the commission and my coming on now almost 3 years as president, I have seen every single person on this commission act with immense integrity, deep belief in the quality of life in our city and in the value of the public realm experience for every resident and visitor of this city. And I trust that all of you will once again vote with your best judgment and your honorable perspective on what will be best for our city. You have the right to vote as you did at the last meeting. You also have the right to change your vote. That's entirely within our purview. Okay. Now with that, I will now take a roll call vote on item number 30286, preliminary review for the construction of a sky bridge over 33rd Street Plaza, connecting 1 Penn Plaza and 2 Penn Plaza located at West 33rd Street and 7th Avenue in Manhattan. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote whether to reject or approve this number 30286. Kenseth Armstead.
I vote no.
You reject.
I reject.
Okay. Lori Hawkinson.
I vote to reject based on my previous statements.
Bill Heinzen.
Approve.
Karen Keel.
I vote to reject.
Manuel Miranda.
Reject.
Meryl Tisch.
Approve.
I also vote to reject. So that I believe is 5 for reject and 3 for approve. Is that correct? Let me count that up and make sure I'm correct about that. Okay. Right? 5 and 3? Okay. So let the record show that this project, the vote on this project has been inconclusive. There are 5 votes to reject, 3 votes to approve. There is 6 votes are required to take action, so the commission has not officially not taken an action on this project, correct? Before we move on to our next item, I would like to ask if there are any commissioners who would like to vote, me to call another vote. If you feel you would want to change your vote, I will take another roll call vote. Where we stand again, I'll repeat, we have 5 votes to reject this this project, and we have 3 to approve it. Oh, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. 5 to reject, 2 to approve. Sorry about that. Let me state that again. 5 to reject, 2 to approve. Are there any commissioners who would like to change their vote on this? Okay. Seeing none, then I will say again that this has been inconclusive. The commission has not taken any action. I want to thank the team again for your presentation.
Before we move on, Deborah,
Mhm.
I would like, if you could, just to talk about what our hopes are for the commission on this project, having it come back to us. Not to, unfortunately, many of our commission members are not here today. And I find that to be problematic because they were not involved in a final deliberation about where this went. I think there is, in my opinion, room for this project to come back to this group after it goes through what I would say, Department of Transportation and the other entities that need to opine about this, so that we can have continued discussions about design as this goes forward or doesn't go forward. We look forward to our partnership with you guys in deep ways.
So what I would like to say is thank you, Meryl. If you could, yeah, thank you. We understand the implications of a no action vote. And we understand that the likelihood is that your team will move forward with this. If that turns out to be the case, we look forward to continuing to work with you. We want to ask you to consider, given your statement around public safety as being the driving factor, if that continues to be the driver of your proposal, then we would hope that your team, in light of this vote, will look at the many other options that are available to you and to the entire team to ease that situation on 33rd Street, and consider options that may not concern commissioners in the same way as the concerns that we've had regarding the breaking of precedent, the blocking of the view, the utility of the width of it, the fact that it's not open 24/7. For all of those reasons, we would ask you, in light of your statement, Judy, about we know that your team is deeply committed to the quality of life around Penn, and clearly the very honorable and informed commissioners here have deep concerns And so we would ask you to look at all of the options available to your team, and we know that you have the excellence in your team to do that. So we thank you for coming to us again, and we thank you for the collaborative spirit that you have brought to that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we're going to allow Executive Director Shreyoshi Banerjee to return, and we'll continue with the meeting. Hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30287, preliminary review for construction of a commercial office and hotel building in public plazas, Project Commodore at 175 Park Avenue on Lexington Avenue and East 42nd Street in Manhattan. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We'll hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Gail, welcome, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners and attendees. I'm Gail Rothstein from EDC. Your presenters today are first an intro from Nalima Pinoli from RXR, and designs will be presented by Chris Cooper, SOM, and Cricket Day Field Operations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nalima Pinoli. I'm a project executive with RXR. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to present today. We are here today to present an update on design progress for our project at 175 Park Avenue. This project is a partnership between RXR and TF Cornerstone to redevelop the Grand Hyatt Hotel next to Grand Central into a 2.9 million square foot commercial tower. This project will also deliver significant public realm and transit improvements as part of the overall development. We were last at PDC in 2021. And you can actually switch to the next slide. Thank you. This project has been through an extensive public review and agency review process. We completed the ULURP review in 21, received approvals at every stage of the process, also received a positive determination from LPC, and completed the conceptual review with PDC back then. Since then, we've been advancing the design for the project as well as several development planning efforts. And we're excited to be at this point today, moving forward with the project. We anticipate commencing construction later this summer. So look forward to presenting our latest plans to you. Next slide. Go back one slide.
Trying.
The development team is led by RXR and TF Cornerstone, which together have a long and proven track record of delivering some of the most major public-private development projects in New York City, as well as operating a large commercial portfolio. Some of the images you see below on the slide here are examples of our key properties. We have an extensive design presentation to get through, so I'm going to hand it off to Chris now to kick off that design overview, but happy to answer any questions about the overall development during the Q&A.
Great. We're happy to be back in front of you with this project. The project is situated in and is a very key participant in the Greater East Midtown District. The site is literally co-joined with Grand Central Terminal, which positions us at the center of regional and local transit. And that makes it an extraordinary site and ripe really for direct on-site transit improvements and public realm improvements. The site itself is also ripe for improvement today. The relatively anonymous building sits right at the building property line and even extends over the property line in areas, largely eclipsing the Grand Central Terminal. And even as a building today that is co-joined with the Grand Central Terminal, the direct relationship is not so polite. The space between our site and the Grand Central Terminal feels more like a service road than Park Avenue. No. And on Lexington as well, also not particularly attractive, one of the busiest corners of the city. Being built directly to the property line means that it adds congestion and also makes it difficult for points of public entry. We have MTA entrance as well as Lexington Passage entrance off of Lexington Avenue. So we're proposing a series of improvements on multiple levels, improvements below grade for connectivity, largely connectivity to both regional and local transit, improvements at grade, including a transit hall and Lexington Passage, and widening of the sidewalks on both Lex and 42nd. And one of the great improvements is really to the public realm with new significant public space at the viaduct level. So our building grows out of and literally plugs into the Grand Central Terminal. And we do that by threading into where we can place structure through the transit down to bedrock. And that asks us really to pinch the building very subtly at the base of the building to plug into the site and find that bedrock. But that subtle pinching of the building at the base, that tapering of the building at the base, allows for the first time meaningful public space to surround all four sides of this new building. And so we have this raised viaduct level, Chrysler Terrace, Graybar Terrace, and Grand Central Terrace. At the street level, also, this tapering allows us to widen the sidewalks, and that helps us with the multiple points of entry, both to our building, but also to the MTA, and as highlighted in light blue and magenta here, points of access by stair and elevator up to the new public space, new publicly accessible spaces. And as we look at each of the three terraces, we pair with each of the stairs, elevator access, to make easy fluid connection up to each terrace, including Grand Central, Graybar, and Chrysler Terrace. We were here in front of you before showing our concept review, and we continue to evolve and develop the design between concept and where we are now for preliminary review. But all of that is with the same enhancement of this idea of continuing the viaduct level as the new public realm, and opening up the ground level, and then really celebrating the points where the building lands, and also making grand formal access up to that new viaduct level at those points of connection. And then three-dimensional. Yes, sorry. So here we are today, and this was the not so nice service road between the two buildings. And so we're extending that viaduct level across with grand stairs down at the two piers that give access up to, and then also paired always with elevator access. Everyone. So this is new public accessible space on the viaduct. So for the first time, you will be able to stand next to the east facade of Grand Central Terminal. So new public space, and we're going to go through that public space in great detail. We think that what this does is that it demonstrates that new public space at the viaduct level quite visibly, but also really opens up that busy intersection at street level and also pulls the building back. And now we no longer eclipse Grand Central, but have greater views of Grand Central itself from 42nd Street. So there have been some architectural evolutions or refinements since the last time we saw each other. And particularly at the piers previously had glass storefront coming in front of the pier under the viaduct. And we have evolved that to really bring the stone forward so that the piers themselves read as more significant anchors of the building down to bedrock and down to the street itself. That also has implications to the actual staircase, the grand stair that we have on the east and west of the entrance. So the grand stair now sits adjacent to a pier that has grown inside to be a more robust representation of the planting of the structure and also accommodate the below grade conditions more effectively. And we talked a lot last time we spoke about the actual connection to the existing viaduct and the relationship of our building to the viaduct. And we have maintained, this is really to demonstrate that we've maintained that the connections that we discussed previously with a subtle reveal between the horizontals and pushing our building back just slightly so that the existing viaduct becomes moves proud. On Lexington, you see very clearly the strategy of the raised viaduct level, which lets everything below be open and accommodate the multiple points of entrance from our building to the hotel, to the MTA, access up to the viaduct level, Lexington Passage, all of these various points of connection that are critical along Lexington. And so we have, there's a single point of connection down to the MTA and up to the viaduct. We continue to work very carefully on this space itself to ensure that the safety and security of this space, but we continue to enhance that stair, and we've broadened the stair and widened the stair from when you last saw it to make that space more inviting to bring you up to the viaduct level. We've also opened up the aperture above at the landing to bring more daylight directly down into that space from the last time you saw it. But that gets us up to these 3 stair connections and 2 elevator connections, take you up to a series of connected public spaces. And we're going to walk through those public spaces, each one of them distinct and unto themselves, the Grand Central Terrace, the Graybar Terrace, and the Chrysler Terrace. With that, I pass to Cricket.
Okay. Is this on working? Great. All right. So we'll go through the 3 terraces, starting with the Chrysler Terrace on the east, the Graybar Terrace on the north, and the Grand Central Terrace on the west. Now, all the terraces are organized with a series of rooms that are oriented to maximize views to the surrounding landmarks that otherwise wouldn't be available without having those elevated spaces. And each room is designed to either encourage socialization, contemplation for both day-to-day visitors and tourists alike. The terraces are also connected by a public art circuit. These will be temporary rotating pieces that encourage visitors to move through the terraces and check out each space, similar to programs that you find at like Rockefeller Center on the High Line. This is the overall plan you all saw in concept. And the updates, Graybar Terrace and Chrysler Terrace advancements are mostly related to design development and coordination with the building. Grand Central Terrace has a few more updates based on grading coordination with the Park Avenue Viaduct, because we're leaving that as is grading wise. So starting with the Chrysler Terrace, we're right adjacent to the Chrysler building and across the street from the Channon building. The design of the terrace really tries to capitalize on those relationships and take design cues from those Art Deco landmarks. So again, here's what we saw in concept. And today, not too many changes. And I'll walk through the design elements in an Axon, so it's a little bit easier to read. But one of the main concepts here was trying to build out this really robust grove of trees to announce the presence of a public realm on that elevated space from the street level, but also just to create some shelter up top. We provided the 5-foot minimum ADA path through all terraces, and this diagram will repeat, but to all major building access points as well as vertical circulation. Since this is all in structure, we are dropping the structure below to accommodate enough soil volume for these trees. These are continuous soil pits, so all the trees share the same soil volume. We're also placing permeable paving above in these areas to let rainwater come through and percolate in. And then the water feature is just going to be a low, simple sort of reflection pool about 18 inches high, so we can maintain visibility across the terraces and out to the streets. Okay, here's the axon. Here's that strong group of trees, but it's a little trickier to see, so I'll switch to winter time here. Starting on the left-hand side, we'll go through the elements. Come up from the stairs from 42nd Street, which is on your left-hand side. That would put you at number 2, which is the 42nd Street prospect. It has a great view to the Channon Building and the Chrysler Building across Lexington. Number 3 is the Grove Garden. This is a social seating scenario where the benches sit and face each other within that grove. Number 4 is that reflecting pool, which is aligned with the Chrysler Building central axis. Number 5 is the balcony seating. These benches are different from the Grove Garden in that they face out from the balcony to give you that view of the Chrysler Building itself. Behind that, the stairs down to Lexington. You can see them pop out below. Number 7 are the stairs up to the Gray Bar Terrace. 8 is the elevator that takes you from Lexington to Chrysler and Gray Bar, and then a retail space in number 9. View looking back from the prospect, you can kind of see that social seating area and the water feature beyond. This is a view coming out from the building with that reflecting pool sort of aligned with the central axis of the Chrysler Terrace. Then from standing behind the stairs to Lexington Avenue on the right here, you can see the balcony seating facing out with garden spaces behind. Quick section through that retail just to kind of show you guys that it is tucked under the Gray Bar Terrace. And the idea is here that it's a very sort of open glass structure, just provides activation to those corners. Moving up to the Gray Bar Terrace, we're sort of pinned between the Grand Central Terminal and the Chrysler Tower with the Gray Bar Building to the north. And we're trying to take design cues from both of those buildings and sort of bridge the two lower terraces with this one. So here's what we saw in concept. Changes haven't been too drastic. It's mostly paving and some relocation of furnishing elements. And again, I'll go through the elements in the axon, but ADA clearance provided throughout. Added this section to show that the relationship to the new eastern facade that has otherwise been occluded by the previous towers has a great relationship with this terrace, these giant arch iconic windows from Grand Central that you can really see now. We're dropping the structure a bit to provide enough soil for continuous hedge planting along the north edge. There's a lot of mechanical units and service items on that Gray Bar edge, so that sort of holds that screened edge there. In the axon, you can see on the left-hand side, 1 and 2, the stairs and elevator down to Grand Central Terrace, coming up to number 3, which is the Grand Central Overlook, giving a great shot of Grand Central Terminal's facade there. 4 is the Gray Bar Plaza. 5, the retail pavilion in the center. 6, we have a communal table with tree planting in the middle. 7 are the stairs back down to Chrysler Terrace where we just were. 8 is the elevator on the right-hand side above the retail space in number 9. This is a north-facing terrace, so it is shadier. So what we try to do is push the social areas to the edges to maximize sunlight and also get those views to those landmarks. With the retail pavilion in the center, that would just make sure the whole terrace is activated throughout. That retail pavilion is supposed to be a very simple, clean, glassy pavilion with a solid backing, again, to screen those mechanical views. A view to that from the communal table. Flipping around a view back towards that communal table, you can see that hedge planting along that northern edge, the trees coming out of the table there. Looking west back towards Grand Central Terminal, we have the Gray Bar Plaza with that hedge planting, social U-shaped benches and movable tables and chairs. Moving down to Grand Central Terrace, this is a really unique opportunity, as Chris mentioned. This has been not publicly accessible for as long as the Hyatt's been there now. So this is a really great opportunity to open up views to the Grand Central Terminal, great shots of the viaduct from there as well. The concept plan, there have been some updates here due to grading and trying to meet existing conditions along the viaduct. But, and I'll talk through this in the axon, but I did want to point out that this terrace is really organized around 3 skylights at number 5 and 6 here that let light down into the transit hall below, and those are aligned with those passages. So really everything's kind of organized around those because those are fixed locations. ADA path throughout, everything's accessible here. Through this slide in here, just to hit on, I know there's a question about vehicular access. We're not changing how vehicles come along the viaduct here at all. It's just basically what we have today, just sort of elevated and upgraded. Same strategy, dropping structure below to provide continuous soil for the trees with permeable paving above. If we click through the axon, the elevator and stairs up to Gray Bar on the left-hand side. Number 3 is a flush skylight, so that's a walkable surface paired with the movable tables and chairs at number 4. Number 5 are the 2 raised skylights. Those ones pitch up and frame the stepped entry into the building at number 6. Number 7 is the Grand Central Garden. This is another social seating, these double-sided benches with backs that face each other with accessible pathways on either end at number 8. And number 9 and 10 are the stairs and elevator down to 42nd Street with a small balcony numbered 11 with 47th Street overlook. Quick section to show you the alignment of those skylights with the east-west passages in the transit hall below. We think this is going to be a great way to bring light into that, what would otherwise be a dark sort of standard transit passage. View looking north, if you've come up the 42nd Street stairs, we have that social seating, double-sided benches there. The raised skylights and stairs up to Gray Bar. Here's coming from the viaduct. You can see those raised skylights with the stepped entry towards the building door there. And then that flush skylight paired with the seating area coming down from the stairs from Gray Bar. Now, all the paving, we've selected a granite Milford pink. It's a lighter color. These are shadier spaces given all the towers around. So we really wanted to make sure that the spaces felt light and airy. We're using the larger format to denote circulation spaces. The 14 or 18 by 48 pavers essentially wrap the building, and the smaller format pavers sort of denote seating and socialization areas. We'll have stainless steel trench drain grates and 4-inch high metallic bronze powder coated steel planter edges. And all the furnishing is different on each terrace to respond to the context, but they are all sort of within the same family of limestone slabs with either cast bronze or powder coated bronze metal for the hardware. Sort of our selection of off-the-shelf furnishings for the movables, trash cans and water feature, and then trash cans. The water feature, we're doing a contrasting black granite to really just accentuate the reflective effect that we're looking to get as you sort of look at the Chrysler Tower. There's a recirculating tank within the tower itself, so that water
So the
gets.
water doesn't become still.
No, this always pumps and then cascades over the edges, and then there's just small pop jets that we can turn on and off as we need to. The planting, these are going to be shadier sites. I mean, it's Midtown, it's going to be hard. So we've selected species that do well in the shade, but then also provide seasonal interest. I mean, this is a year-round tower. We want something to be going on in the planter beds at all times. And then for the lighting, we're trying to keep it subtle, really just accentuate the architecture and the design of the public realm without drawing attention to the lighting itself. So all this is really just to say that it's very, we're meeting required light levels with a focus on safety and security, but the idea is not to draw attention to the light. Yes, yeah, these are us and NIMSOM. The signage plan, this is obviously going to be a very complex network of spaces given the transit requirements, the multi-levels, and we're working with Pentagram to develop this, which will be submitted to you all at a later date as well, but this work is ongoing, so on the lookout. Timeline wise, this is just one step in a multi-year process at this point, but we will be back, I think as Chris or Nalima mentioned, with you all again in the summer. And with that, thank you so much. I'll flip back to the Axon, but we can flip to any slides you might like for questions. Thanks.
I would like to see if we have anybody signed on to testify first. Chelsea, do we have anybody on remotely?
Hi, yes, we do have 3 people signed up to testify remotely. The first person is Merit, followed by Jaime, followed by Chad. I am seeing that the only person who has signed up and is in the Zoom room is Jaime Garcia. So please go ahead, keep your testimony below 3 minutes and state your name and affiliation to start. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to all. My name is Jaime Garcia. I'm here today representing Grand Central Partnership, and I would like to read the following statement. The Grand Central Partnership is one of the world's largest business improvement districts, serving an approximately 70 square block area in Midtown East, surrounding Grand Central Terminal. Our goals are to keep our neighborhood clean, safe, and thriving. We believe that the 175 Park Avenue project advances these goals in 3 important ways. First, the project addresses a long-term challenge for our district by increasing the supply of modern, efficient, and sustainable Class A office space, a key goal of the 2017 Greater East Midtown rezoning. Second, 175 Park Avenue delivers public realm improvements that strengthen connections to Grand Central Terminal and contribute to an engaging public environment. The proposed network of interconnected terraces will provide meaningful opportunities for respite and gathering and support year-round public activity. The project's emphasis on the design and experience of the open space, enhancing public appreciation of neighboring landmarks, and integrating art and cultural programming aligns with our efforts to foster a dynamic, welcoming district for workers, residents, and visitors. Finally, 175 Park Avenue represents a crucial investment in Midtown East's economic health. In the short term, the construction jobs created by the project will benefit our local restaurants, retailers, and businesses. Long term, the project will boost tax revenue and ensure Midtown East remains a premier central business district and vibrant destination for all. For these reasons, the Grand Central Partnership is proud to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Is anyone else within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature. I am seeing no additional hands, so we are okay to proceed.
Person in this room that would like to testify? Seeing none, I do want to acknowledge we received a letter from Abney expressing support for this project, which all commissioners have in front of them. We should now get into the discussion portion. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, does anyone have any questions or comments for the team? Lori?
I thought maybe I'd just start before you go to the plaza, if it's all right. I wanted to go to slide 22, which is the elevation on 42nd Street. That elevation. I don't know if you have to go through the whole thing or if you can just go 22.
Yeah.
Search 22.
Yeah.
Save some time. But I don't think you can. So it had to do with the so you have the bilateral symmetry. I'll just start talking of the 2 staircases. I don't know where to look. Oh,
Yes,
there we go.
hi.
So you have before this, there's this.
The grand elevation, maybe
grand
4,
stairs,
yeah,
bilateral.
4 slides prior.
Here's Grand Central, here's where you enter, here's where you enter us. And that's Lexington.
There
So
it
the
is.
Other one, there we
17.
go. So it starts here. So, I mean, even Palladio couldn't have like bilateral symmetry forever and ever and always, right? So within that, because you've got your 2 guys coming down.
Yes,
to your
yes.
bedrock.
Right.
So how is it different and like, because that's where it gets rich.
Sure.
On the pedestrian side. So, because I think Lexington is really successful the way you develop that elevation
Right,
and that
right.
side of the spaces and the transparency and the end of
Right.
the stair, which is so sad right now. So probably not much to compete with, but here, when you go to slide 22, then zooming in. So I was looking then at the left, closer to Grand Central, which
Mhm.
is slide 22, if I'm not mistaken. There.
This is,
So now you recess it, and then there's a door, a double door to the right of the door. What is that?
Great question.
It's so
So I-
sad. It's so
yeah.
sad. It looks like the back door to the loading dock. I don't understand.
So, okay. Maybe first, just to make the important point that we have gone for symmetry as a general rule for this 42nd Street address. And that really comes from the fact that we're putting a modern building directly in the center of all landmark buildings. And so we took this idea, and all of these buildings around us have these grand symmetrical formal entrances. So that was something that we borrowed, that formality in the symmetry. And then you're right, there's asymmetries that start, subtle asymmetries that start to come just because of the existing site conditions. But we thought that the front door, it was important to take this formality of the symmetrical entrance. And so as we come up to the viaduct, we start to see the asymmetry certainly in how we tie into the viaduct. And we've paid a lot of attention to this connection. And so then I'll get to your question of the sad door. So it is a sad door, but it is a used door. It is actually our point of access for service. So this is where you're bringing in bicycles. This is where where food delivery is coming into the building. And it's important to remember that this building is, has only street frontage on two sides. And so we have Lexington and we have 42nd Street. And so it's important to be able to provide access points for everything. And so we thought that actually by putting the door in the stone base called less attention to itself, but also put it out of harm's way, let's say, or out of public way, which is the primary entrance into the subway or access up, or the front door and on one of these recessed surfaces. So it is a door in our pier, 100%, but it is positioned in a way that calls the least attention to itself.
Which bicycles go through there?
So if you've ridden your bike to work, then you come in through here.
How do I get in? Just open the door?
You just open the door, and there will also be a service
What if
service
I'm
connection.
gonna take my bike on the train? Do I go through that door?
Yes.
I mean,
Chris, can
I
we go
think
back to
it's
the full
too-
view to look at it?
I'm worried about.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem to tell me what it's
So-
doing.
We're looking at.
Here we are. So it's placed. It's kind of, our intent was to strategically place it under the stairs.
But it's only on that side, not on.
That's
Only
correct.
on that
Okay,
side.
so when everyone in this building calls for a lunch delivery, they're all going to go through that door?
So is it every lunch delivery? No, but is it, but it is a service access to the building.
I mean, I would just ask that it be taken seriously. It seems like it's
Mhm.
trying to disappear, but then not really disappear.
Mhm.
It's kind of neither here nor
Right.
there. So
Right,
you've got the sloping, when you zoom in back to 22.
right.
You've got the slope of the glass.
Right.
Is that glass right there?
That's right.
It's flat glass.
This is the line between
Yeah, so it has
stone,
no.
and
it's
glass.
So unsympathetic to that. I mean, the guy on the left
right?
is a serious door with an elevator, right?
Yeah.
So you've taken it and you've got glazing in front of it, or I don't know what's happening. It's recessed.
So this is the
So that
glazing
this
that,
Just, I mean,
yeah,
it
I hear
looks
your
very-
point.
Okay, so
I
then
hear your
there's one
point.
other area further to the right, and is it the next slide? It may have to do with that by symmetrical elevation. Maybe we better go back one to 21.
Back to this one?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned, there's some slide where we zoom into what's underneath the stair on either side, that indent on either side
Yes.
at the bilateral, there's, right?
Yeah,
there.
maybe
I
the
have a
next
pointer.
slide is actually,
Right in there,
Oh, there's
there,
a
that
door
little
there.
niche right in there.
are you pointing to this?
Yes. I'm
Yes.
worried about it.
Right.
So I'm just, you know what I'm worried, I'm
Yep.
worried about stuff that
Yep.
gathers. I don't know, I just feel like the dust bunnies of the world are gonna
Right.
assemble
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And it's all very white. And then I'm
We
also-
share points of concern
this
and it's,
door I'll throw into the next as well.
Mhm, right.
Ditto the other door.
Yes, this door, I will say, is only a service door that's never used. So it's really, I think this door is meant to essentially be concealed and it's a point of access out, egress out, only in emergency. So this is not a day-to-day door. So here, I think there's probably greater strategy in making it disappear.
But what
I
is
think
this
that-
material
It's stone.
and what is the door?
And so this door would be clad in stone,
Really
actually,
clad in stone?
because it is a non-service door. It's a very rarely serviced door.
Is that true for doors on the other side?
The doors on the other side are much more actively accessed. And so I take your point that we need to take them seriously and make sure that we, have a material that can be used and interfaced and that it looks like a door.
It's just the rough and ready of the everyday and then.
Yeah.
You guys are great designers, you know, and so just like, should this whole thing be recessed a little so it's not
Right.
protected? I'm just
Right.
like the corner,
Great.
you know, all of my.
I love that you're calling attention to these two doors, which are also under our skin and so
Okay.
to be solved.
Okay.
And I just hear
The
that,
niche thing. what
the
do you think
niche,
about
I
that?
think this is an important moment where we have a 5-foot sidewalk widening, which is critical.
Right.
And then we're also trying to celebrate the landing of the stair. So it becomes the kind of newel post, the grand marker of the stair. And so what we've tried to do is to round the geometry so it's subtle. It's not literally an inside corner. And try to work through the head clearances so it's also not a place to crawl into. But we take your point that let's say that we have areas of attention of detail here and area of
Mhm.
attention for detail here.
It's just like when you're in Rome and you go to those kind of places and
Yeah.
that interior stone edicule, whatever you want to call it. They never can clean it. You just see the years of cleaning
collection.
showing itself. So,
Right.
you know, you've got this beautiful white stone. So
Right.
I don't know. I
Right.
sympathize.
Okay. Noted.
Okay. And then the terrace, I don't know if you. Do you have anything before I?
I had a couple things.
Sure.
So on page 22, which the connection here between what's basically like a tiny highway, the elevator, and then if you see on page 30, it's supposed to be that's a place designated to put art. And my main concern about the Grand Central Terrace is that it's a wind tunnel now. It's never been open to pedestrian traffic before. It was only cars. It didn't matter if it's cars, if it's a wind tunnel. But there's certainly a wind tunnel for, like I had a studio on a truck route, right? And the kind of taste in your mouth from a truck route of all of the brake pads, it accumulates. So I question whether or not 3 artworks there where you want people to gather by what is essentially a low speed highway that does not have a stop sign, whether or not that's going to work out so great for art.
Right.
And for people to have repose. I don't think it'll be restful. I think on many days, if there's a 15-mile-an-hour wind, it's going to be a 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind.
Mhm.
And I question even the safety of putting a artwork right there at the there's a pinch point. The walkway is up. And then you can see it's like there's a walkway up, there's people, the elevator, and then you have a designation, that red spot. I don't know where the art will go there.
Let me
But-
find a clear.
Yeah.
You have
yeah.
that axon, maybe that was.
Yeah.
Slide, I think slide 30 also shows it.
Yeah, 64 or 30.
Yeah,
We're going to do it
yeah,
64.
64.
64 is probably better, I think,
Yeah,
30.
yeah, okay, let's go there.
I do want to maybe, before you get to the artwork
Mhm.
component of this, I mean, it is worth noting that this is it's single lane at this point. And so it's a much more limited thoroughfare than most of the streets of Manhattan in any avenue. And so it's a single lane with right angle turns, which prevent high speed. And so
No, yeah.
I do think that I think it's less trafficky than the image of a service road that we're showing of what's existing. So I don't know that traffic is our enemy. And it is, if we think about how successful the west side of Grand Central Terminal is now as a pedestrian space that looks at the terminal for the first time, and this ability to actually stand at the base of Grand Central Terminal feels like something extraordinary. The traffic feels like it. I don't think it is at maybe a significant concern. The wind tunnel that you bring up is something that is quantifiable and something that we should validate to ensure that the pedestrian comfort is there. And that is also something that is, fortunately, it's calculatable and
Yeah.
quantifiable.
But you haven't done that calculation yet.
And so I don't think that we have
If we have the
that's
wind
right.
settings here,
we don't.
but we can obviously respond. back
Definitely
with what
concerned
we
about
have.
But then as far as the like the kind of ceiling height there, because you have the trees
Mhm.
and then you have the building coming in, it seems like an odd place for sculpture. I mean,
Yeah, can we go to actually 62? I think that's the axon. Right, so I think what's
Could
not
be
shown here,
floor,
the,
yeah.
the thought was that the
No,
sculpture is
but-
actually behind the elevator in the planter with the other piece here. I just don't think we
Okay,
had that in the
okay.
rendering, but it wouldn't be on the balcony because that's elevator
right.
egress or on the landing. So you would come up onto the terrace
Okay,
before the art.
The intent also just as that as an art site was that it was a visible point as you came up the
Yeah,
stairs.
announcing.
I would say, as somebody who practices as sculpture now and almost and exclusively as a public artist now for the last 12 years, that is a very awkward place to put an artwork that
Okay.
would be welcoming people. Because in terms of getting a scale of work, you're competing with the elevator itself, which is really the main body there that welcomes
Yeah.
you at the top of the
Mhm.
stairs, which is not that welcoming, to be honest. But you would be competing with that, and then all the other little natural boundaries around it that would either constrain it. So it would have to be like you could have a work that could be intimate and you look down upon it. I
Mhm.
get that, but one that takes up space and actually is competing with this elevator, I think that's really awkward.
Okay.
I would say where you have number 6 there at the entry plaza with steps, there where you're coming up those steps, that is a good. Like, that's a good story. You're walking up the stairs and you arrive at something.
Right.
And you can see it. Maybe not in the round, because then you're taking away pedestrian way, but at least it's like a frontally placed,
Right.
you know, object.
Right.
If it can exist. And I think 3 artworks in there, that seems like really a lot.
Just, I think the asterisks a little confusing. So we have if I go here, it's.
Yeah.
Thought was one here, in that third one's actually on Gray Bar.
Okay,
On the
great.
next
Okay, so
terrace
it's
up.
that's
Yeah.
another space. Right, yeah, okay.
Right.
So yeah, but
Mhm.
even then, the compression of 2 artworks in that space does seem to
Maybe
me
tight.
still be a lot.
Okay.
And then I had one other question, which was more landscape architecture, where on another terrace, you have these 2 rows of trees. There's only one terrace, we have 2 rows of trees.
Right, the Chrysler Terrace.
Yeah, and there I really had, 43.
Yeah.
On page 43, you really get to see it. You can see how these trees, if they get to be mature, they are touching the facade. And they feel like I get it that you want to have a sort of colonnade of trees, and that's really beautiful. But at the same time, I see them really competing with each other. And then I don't know exactly where the artworks are supposed to fit in this range. But then once again, you have tree fall, and they seem underscaled for at the end in the appendix, you show the trees. These actually seem underscaled compared to the ones that are mature trees that you show in the index of the landscape.
planting list?
Yeah, the planting list.
Yeah,
So that is really one of these weird details where I want the nature, I want the art, I want the space, I want it to be open and, enjoyable, but I'm a claustrophobic. I feel encumbered by these trees. There's too many trees
yeah.
and they hit the building.
Yeah, well, so these are just sort of computer bottle trees. What
Yeah.
we're proposing here are honey locusts, which are very
Right.
light, airy trees. Yeah, and they do well in urban conditions.
They also don't get that dense. kind
Yeah,
of-
it's hard to really represent what they should be, but I'm not sure what the clearance here is from canopy to center line of tree, but we can definitely take a look at that.
And on
make
page
sure we're not
41, if you go
encroaching.
back 2 pages, you'll see another view from the reverse angle.
Right.
And there, the trees are just hitting the building. Well,
We don't know.
yeah, exactly.
We can take
Well,
sections. and
since they are
double
virtual,
check.
they're not hitting anything.
It's true, it's
But
true. But point taken, we can definitely look at that. I mean, this is, I think, over 8, it's like a 9-foot wide path
Yeah.
there. We can check what the clearance is.
And
of the tree
then,
there.
as far as artworks in here, I'm not like with all the other things going on, I mean, I don't think that this is a great, yeah.
I think if you go to 30, basically, the location where it sort of flanks the doorway here, where we have a little niche here where the columns flare out, so it would tuck under, similar to how this one's placed in that other axon.
I visited a museum over the weekend. It will remain nameless because I'm now going to critique a curator who I don't want to know that I'm critiquing them. I saw a sculpture, and that sculpture, obviously sculpture is meant to be in the round. And all of the plan for this sculpture, one of the best sculptures in the history of sculpture, was to show this work only frontally, and the other three sides were obscured. It seems that your whole plan is rife with this, and you're not a curator in art, so I'm going to critique you publicly, and this is the only forum I have to talk to you.
Fair.
So I think that your plan for showing sculpture is a plan for showing painting.
Okay, I mean,
And I don't mind that if you want to have a plan for showing art, that is facade-based work or works that are, then the plan should be for frontally based work.
right. I mean, just one caveat is, these are still the glass curtain walls here. So you do, in these lobbies, that lobby
Oh, so
floor
they'll
is
be available. to
is
people.
super, I know, I'm not saying it's like, you can't get up to the back, but there is a visible backside to it. So.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yes,
fine.
I think Lori was
And
waiting,
then I
but,
think,
Well, if you want
right,
to,
then, yeah.
I had another point to make, but just to comment on the sculpture question. I mean, it seems as if you have very strategically placed these little stars. I mean, art is a huge, huge web of stuff. And it's not just plaza plops and little objets that obviously. And so I would hope that things could be considered that if you say, we really would like it here. I mean, it could even be the whole surround of the elevator. Sure. I mean, somebody could do a whole whatever on that, or they could, like, would Ginny Holzer be able to come in and do a bench? I don't know, maybe that's too far. But I think, would just that if somebody's given a space, this is a great space, but for what? So I guess I'm wondering about I'm wondering if, how you, because we're all put in these positions as architects. Like, you get puzzling here, like, when do you bring the artists in?
Yeah.
There you are.
One thing I want to observe, just the art is temporary.
Okay, perfect, perfect.
So
Okay.
it will be rotating.
So I would just hope that it gets really expansive in its selection. It's not just objets on a plate like parsley or something.
Absolutely. And all of this feedback is really helpful. And I will say that this is the placement of the art and how we're thinking about it is still at an early stage. We
Great.
brought on the Public Art Fund
Contemporaries.
to help us develop a very strategic plan as to how to integrate the art with the design of the public space and make sure that it is the terraces are these vibrant open spaces that are drawing public up there. I will also say that we worked extensively with Council Members Powers' office to develop a strategy around the arts and cultural programming for the terrace. And part of our commitments to the council member is to create a cultural committee that will be responsible for preparing an RFP that will select a cultural operator for the space. So there's a lot of work to be done in developing this program. We also have committed to a $5 million endowment to support that operator. So it's ongoing, but all of the feedback is really helpful.
Great. So a quick
Now-
question, just,
Oh,
I just want to know the hours that this is open and the days of the week. Because it's your publicly accessible by
Yeah.
the level.
Yes, so the terraces will be open for 19 hours from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m., 7 days a week. This was something that was very important to the community board when we were going through the review, and we were happy we were able to accommodate that. And this is codified in our special permit with the city, so
Great,
it will
thank
remain
you.
open.
That's great. Great to hear.
Meryl.
Collaboratively with the different art groups and nothing. I want to make a personal point. When do you plan to start?
Start with develop. Yeah, so we will be so of course we have to re-engage with the council member's office now. We have a new council member in this district. Our plan is
Who is the council member?
it's Virginia Maloney. We plan to re-engage with her soon. And this is all, codified in our agreement with the previous council member. We are anticipating releasing an RFP for an operator a few months after closing. So we really begin that
When you
process of
say an operator, what do you mean?
an operator that will help plan and strategically that will help develop a strategic plan for the arts and cultural programming for
I'm
the
not
space.
talking about arts and culture.
Oh.
I'm talking about the whole thing. When do you plan?
Oh, are you talking about the development itself?
Yeah.
I see, sorry. We anticipate breaking ground on the site this summer. This will be a 7-year construction project.
7 years?
Yes.
Oh, if my dear mother, who just passed away last year, were living, what she would remind us of when one of these great projects were going to take hold in New York was that hurry up, because I want to be able to use it.
I'm with her.
Congratulations to you. And my strong feeling is that you listen to Lori because she always gets it right, and Ken Smith always gets it right on the. Truly, a public congratulations to you on the fantastic scope, beauty, design. It's going to be just a great addition to a great city.
Thank you. Yeah.
So in closing, if there's not other comments here, I have just one question before I summarize comments. Can we look at the axonometric of the Grand Central Terrace? I just have a question about circulation, coming from, like, if I'm coming from 42nd Street.
Sure. Just after these views. We skip it? I think it skipped it. I think it's like 60.
Maybe a 62? or-
62 went fast.
That 62 is the axon.
62,
whatever you
yeah.
want.
Sure.
Here we go. What did you say? Okay.
Sure.
So, yeah,
So this is number 9 is on that front facade elevation we looked at
so
previously.
coming up. the
That's that stair
steps,
set.
I'm landing there.
You come right up top.
And
So
then-
there's an intermediate landing here, just a handful of stairs here. So
Okay,
you
great.
pop right up from there.
And if I'm coming up in the elevator, where do I exit the
You
elevator?
come out, you exit the elevator facing 42nd
Okay.
Street onto that overlook here on 11, and then you can come in here. These are both 5-foot wide ADA access pass through it.
Ah, I see. Okay,
Yep.
that's what I was confused about because the shadow line, I was.
Yeah, these are trench grates. We just have to
Oh,
catch
the trench
catch the
drain.
water
Okay, got it.
coming off the property line.
Okay.
But yes, this is all,
That's a
this is
great
all
tip.
accessible, cross slopes under 2%
Got it.
everywhere.
That was my
so,
question, because
yeah.
I think a lot of people will just want to go right in,
Right.
and that's what I was wondering.
And I know in the concept plan, that was the goal, but then, after a lot of work on the viaduct, we weren't able to get the grades to work. So we had to introduce those steps on the entry plaza and get the flush access.
Got
to
it.
the-
But if I'm in a wheelchair, for example, and I get out of the elevator.
Yep.
I'm coming around, I can go right there.
Yeah, if you click to 59, that's sort of all the
That's all.
minimum 5+ everywhere. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. Got it. Okay, now again, before I summarize, go ahead.
If you go to page 19 and you see the concept design and preliminary design, if you kind of focus in on this area, the plan is to put an artwork here, but this is actually a bigger area, and there was in the original a bench there, but there's no bench. This is a great area for a public artwork, even though it's an interior space, even though it's actually a great area for a public artwork. Whereas this, you see, it's not even a third of the height of this space. I don't know, but that's the other question. I don't know, because it just looks. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, but that,
We agree with you.
Okay.
But that is right now the part of the lobby entrance, but it's a perfect site for something that's visible to the public. So it is not public space, but it has
Right.
great visibility.
Right.
So we agree, and I think that's something that we take under advisement.
and I would suggest that in the planning with Public Art Fund, that you kind of look at these spaces and try to find a space where you can view an artwork and surround, if it's going to be sculpture, rather than, otherwise you're only looking for muralists. And that's a different thing, right? So I really appreciate that you're going to think in that way.
Designing a room, and designing a space that can actually accommodate.
Right. And if that was my only question. Thanks.
Okay, so in summary, when you come back, we look forward to your reconsidering of those doors underneath the stairs and the kind of niche that Lori described, and really thinking about those doors now as, deliveries, is it always open? Really thinking, and you understand that. Yeah. We would also like you to look at the wind on the Grand Central Terrace. and think about the location of the art, particularly next to the elevator. Also think about the art broadly, in terms of how what that the art has 3 dimensions. And just to think about that, which we know you're doing. We had some comments about the trees on the Chrysler Terrace, just thinking about whether they're too big or not. We agreed that honey locust is a great choice, so lots of trees, great. So, yeah. And, right. So before I call for the vote, I want to just say that as my fellow Commissioner Tisch has said, this will be an extraordinary contribution of public space to an area that sorely lacks it. And the generosity that your team has brought to creating these public spaces and the investment, not just in their kind of like surface aspects, but also in thinking through the programming, the use for all kinds of people, the access for all kinds of people. We really, really appreciate that and applaud the efforts of this team. So with that, I will now take a roll call vote on item number 30287, preliminary review for construction of a commercial office and hotel building and public plazas, Project Commodore at 175 Park Avenue on Lexington Avenue and East 42nd Street in Manhattan. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Ken Seth Armstead.
Approved with the conditions as stated.
Lori Hawkinson.
Approved.
Bill Heinzen.
Approve?
Karen Keo.
Approved.
Manuel Miranda.
Approved.
Merrill Tisch.
Joyfully approved.
I also approve, and we congratulate you on this extraordinary project and look forward to seeing it next. Congratulations. Okay, we'll now begin the committee meeting with the amended preliminary review of the reconstruction of Damrosch Park, including streetscape improvements located at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts on West 62nd Street between Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today per standard committee meeting procedure. I want to say before I turn to give you the floor, Leah, that this commission is very, very grateful for this team's collaboration with us And we really appreciate your appearing before us today. With that, Leah, go right ahead.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you so much. I just want to say happy New Year. And I want to thank you for your collaboration and partnership. This has been an iterative process, and we appreciate all the work that you've done with us. I'm going to introduce that here. But I also just.
Sorry, your mic, apologies.
The mic.
Yeah, can you hear her? If you could just say testing. Great. Now we should be good.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say thank you for your collaboration. It has been a wonderful experience for us and an iterative process. And I am really hoping, I'm going to introduce the team, but I am really hoping we have been responsive to your feedback. And I am hoping that today we can cross the finish line. So without further ado, Walter Hood from Hood Design will be presenting. And we also have with us Michael Manfredi. We have Miriam Weiss. We have Darren Robertson, our project executive, and we have Paul Peters also from Hood Design. So.
Thank you, Leah. I think I have my own thing. I think I'm good. Testing, testing, testing. We're good. Happy New Year, everyone. It's really great to be back here at the commission and picking up on what Leah was saying. We're really grateful for the last year or so that we've gone through this process because I think it's been really great for the design process. We started out with some really heavy lifting goals. And I think now looking back at the project, some of those goals, I think our plan fulfills them in ways that we could have never imagined when we started out. I think for us to really rethinking Amsterdam Avenue and really trying to imagine what it can be, it's really hard. Even today, when you go out there and look at the wall and the bandshell, it's really hard to imagine what it can be. And we took it on saying that we wanted it to be a place and not just a circulation path. And I think with your help, I think we've arrived at that. Here, we're looking at our preliminary plan from 2023-25 in June, where we basically have a design where we looked at the Amsterdam Gardens, we looked at removing a bosque of trees, the plaza paving, and then looking at the concourse entry. Today, what we're looking at, again, you can see the changes to that and we can discuss them. The plaza design, the removal of the trees, it's focused on the lawn area and more particularly Amsterdam Avenue and the gardens along there with their circulation and placemaking. We think we've solved a lot of the issues we're coming up against. Grading was a really big issue. As you guys know, we're going up a slope and we're trying to get people to come across the slope into the site. If you look at our current layout, what we have here, we've laid out our pathways, we've laid out circulation so that wayfinding is really easy. But what we think is really important, we've created a place here in the gardens that people can actually come in, find respite, but they can also find their way into these different parts of what we think is a transformative Lincoln Center Damrosch Park Garden. When we look at what we really did was we really tried to create distinctive spaces, and with your help, as you're coming along Amsterdam, removing planted areas so that people literally can see how to actually come into the space. But secondarily and more important, that they can actually find a place. And a place that's level, a place that's beautiful, a place that they can be seen and see. But more importantly, along Amsterdam Avenue, if you look at all the sides of Lincoln Center, this is where people live and this is where people go to school. And so I think, again, of paramount consequences, creating a place, an open space where people can actually use and be in. And we think we've really developed that in a way that we could have not gotten there just with that initial take. And what you're looking at, you're looking back up towards 63rd. Up here, this is that central garden area here. Amsterdam Avenue is over to the right. I'll turn this next piece over to Darren.
Sure. I think I want to just add one thing that Walter said. A lot of the feedback that we had from the Public Design Commission during the process on the gardens, this is the area that probably evolved and changed the most since what was seen last in June. The design team's goal was getting more green and less hardscape and still having all these pathways be really clear. So we had a lot of rounds of feedback from the PDC. We had a couple working sessions that were extremely helpful. I think we're very happy with our best version of our design that's achieving all that. So we're grateful for all of that. We want to move on to the
lifted terrace and the shade canopy. So this was the earlier design that was shown back in June. I think the commissioners know we've had quite a bit of back and forth on this. We had a design for a shade canopy structure. And, you know, frankly, we were not able to reach, I think, a consensus on the design that was working or that was acceptable to the commission. So we have removed it. You know, one concern we have is still trying to find some way to effectuate shade in this area. There is not depth or loading capacity for trees, which is, as you know, kind of you reach the end of the Amsterdam Garden in this area. Programmatically, just because the question has come up, we just wanted to address this today. You know, this is an area that's both meant to be a great park amenity, civic space for people to enjoy, like all of the other places in Damrosch Park. But it's also an area that is meant to be able to be used for informal performance by the community. We heard a lot in the community engagement sessions that people were looking for opportunities to have spaces they could just use. We also observe the students in the community around us who sort of informally and casually use spaces on the campus to either rehearse or perform. But Lincoln Center also does a lot of family programming. Obviously, a lot of all of our summer programming is free programming. And we do want to be able to use this space. So shade was a concern, but we did not reach a design, I think, that we were on the same page on. So you know, in the last round of comments, we were asked to remove it. So we've done that. Let's move on to the. I'll go back one slide. Sorry, just one last thing, because in case there's further questions. A reminder, the challenge at this space is this is the end of where we can remove the wall, because we reach a large mechanical vent structure, which is the area on the right side of the drawing, and then a garage entrance that cannot move or be changed. So we're trying to kind of address this area as another point of entry and another center of welcome to the campus. The design team also has this peeling back of the opening next to the garage to create the much more generous pedestrian entrance, which we know is a really relied on entrance and way of cutting through the campus and getting across the subway, especially from our neighbors to the west. As we've kind of joked about in the past, notably, it's one of the best expressions of the current lack of welcome, because all that exists there today is a giant do not enter sign with no wayfinding, no subway signage, nothing. And of course, we're going to change all of that. So we're still hopeful that this will be another entry, another welcome point, another place that says this is, you know, a part of the neighborhood rather than something separate. Next slide. This was the prior design.
Yeah, Paul's going to take
Paul's going to take this.
So this is the previous design we had in June 2025. Click through. And we took your feedback, and what we've done is through each study, we have the base. So minimum has to be 10 feet high for code for the vent. And then on top of that, we also have a generator flue that comes up 10 feet. And what we've done is we've studied a series of different materials. So study one is a perforated metal with an image. It's a larger, you can see, width facing the park. And then we'll show it from the opposite side, which is actually triangular. I can go back. Study two is a series of solid metal, and then study three is perforated matte metal. So just looking at different materials, they're all 10 feet high, which is the minimum. And then our preferred option, if you flip through, is a wider assembly facing the park. And that's really what we liked, is this polished metal or reflective metal that's casting the reflection of the trees and the garden and creating an image of the gardens back to the park. And then at the same time, if you flip through. At the same time, opposite, coming from the 62nd or coming from Amsterdam Avenue, it takes on a narrower profile. So it's triangular shape in plan, and then from the park, takes the wider profile of the two panels. Each one of those is 5 feet wide, so 10 feet wide, and then the minimum 10 feet high above the base. And you can see here this material, we're looking at a polished stainless steel that would reflect the gardens back into the park. And so almost disappears into the gardens and the trees itself.
Okay, and I think we're coming to our end, but again, to reiterate, looking at Amsterdam Gardens, the corner here, the lift along Amsterdam Avenue, we think we've really clarified, one, wayfinding how people get here, two, creating a distinctive place and a setting for people to actually be in, and then third, really creating a larger scale composition of multiple spaces in which people can enjoy. And I think Weissman Frady wants to.
Yeah, just to kind of build on what, Walter and Paul are talking about, we really enjoyed, thinking about the architecture and the landscape being in full dialogue. We simplified the paving pattern here. The trellis and the trees are acting to shelter in dialogue with the theater. And then also simplified and made more accessible this kind of grove of trees that come up to this, the deck area, which in many ways is a place for backstage, but also a place for independent gatherings. So it really, go back one, also making this a ramp as opposed to, a sloped walk as opposed to a ramp. So doing, as many things as possible within this grade change area to make it feel more welcoming and effortless to come in.
So, yep.
Lori, why were we objecting to the shade? Were we objecting to the structure? Yeah, as a commission, you're our design person who I follow 100%.
I mean, my question, I guess I could take a step back. Hi. Nice to see you. So I had a question about the programming of that space. So because it's been kind of, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but so there's the communities that use it informally, or they might go out there and do something, or the high school for performing arts would do something there, or is there actual programming for it? And if so, what would it be? How many people? When would it be? I mean, that's just like need to know basis, because I'm sure you're thinking about that, right?
Sure. Yeah, the idea behind it, and Leah can add to this about what we heard. I mean, so there's a precedent today on the campus in that we have this area today exists, this backstage deck. In the design, it's getting larger, but it exists today. It's next to the current bosque of trees, which is here in the current park. And during our Summer for the City season, we use it a lot for daytime programming. Most of the Summer for the City free programming is evening programming. Most of our shows, if 200 events in the summer, silent disco, music of every type, performances, both the resident arts organizations and groups from all over New York City. It's mostly evening performances, but we have a pretty robust family programming that's usually daytime programming, early to mid-morning. Yes.
And so but that's happening.
So
I'm wondering over there.
Yes,
right?
I'm getting, so,
You're getting there.
so when we programmed that today, so for the duration of the summer, we put a tent over that deck. We put a
This guy,
temporary
this
tent
guy.
up, yeah.
Yeah.
So we've been doing it for the past 10 years or more. We put a temporary tent up so that there's shade and coverage for daytime programming. So in the community engagement process for this project, we heard a lot about people wanting to be able to use spaces for what they would say informal performances, their own use, come out and we see it happening. We were at the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts a few weeks ago with the design team, talking about that corner and watching students coming out of LaGuardia High School, SAB students and other students from the neighborhood doing TikTok videos, dance rehearsals, little things on the patio there. It happens all the time on the campus. So the idea is a community space, a space that people can use for that purpose. When Lincoln Center is not using it, it isn't a formal stage, but it looks a little bit like a stage. Now we're over here. Yep. So it has a seating area, which it's had since the beginning, and it has this thing, we're calling it a stage in quotes. It's not a formal stage, but the idea of a seating area and a stage, it's something that feels familiar at Lincoln Center. There's another version of something like this by Alice Tully Hall at 66th Street that wasn't super successful, that is a grandstand in front of Alice Tully Hall, but it sort of faces the wrong way and it's sort of oddly oriented. But the idea behind this was sort of, Lincoln Center certainly will would like to program this area and do some of the family programming there. We'll probably do some of it on the main stage as well. We're trying to be like optimistic that we'll be doing even more free programming than we do today, but that it's also a space the community can use. It's not so easy for the community to show up for any person to show up and just jump onto the main stage, especially when it's fully outfitted for the summer. So that might be the confusion when we say it's got kind of two purposes. We're thinking of it for both.
So when you, so you had the canopy, right? And we're all kind of thinking, well, that's a lot, you know, I mean, various people are various. But then you've retreated and now I'm just speaking as an architect here, which is all I can do. Every slide you show, it looks stark and hot and bare and nobody's there. So that's why I'm asking the question about the programming. Why don't you show it to us as you plan to use it? I mean, if this is a real proposal right now with nothing, is that really what you want? Because if you want something else, then show us. Like if you want trees or you want, like, how would it really work? Like, is it okay? I mean, I'm just thinking people are walking by. Is that okay? Do you want something there to keep people from looking at the semi-shield, you know, and on this side here on the right to the north, or just, I feel like you put the people, I feel like I've been set up. I mean, because I do this kind of thing too.
Lori,
So-
to me, that's
But
what I
maybe not,
responded to.
I don't,
It doesn't
you
look
know,
as finished and pristine as the rest of the
like
thinking
what,
of
like
this.
why can't I see a performance happening? If that's what you really want to have happen here. And if you aren't happy, I already said, you know, with this, because it seems like it's very barren and that's what you're trying to tell me. And that's why you wanted the shade. But aren't there other ways to have shade? Like, can there be trees on the site?
There can't be
There's no
trees.
way to have trees because
no-
of the parking.
Because of structure and because of.
And we can't lift we have trees, so there are.
But we're
trees over
lifting
there.
them up. These are down.
Those
These are down in the park.
Down,
The grove is behind you.
behind,
The next set of trees is to the north
and I can't have,
because we're over the deck and the parking garage where cars go in.
right.
And we
got
have a
it,
loading condition
got it.
and we also have a grade condition. And so
Right.
again, the infrastructure created, you know, the thing where we thought we could actually take a structure down and actually attach it down below. And that's how we get the structure for the canopy, because
So
we don't have to load the top.
tree pits, now we're talking about tree pits in section. So we just saw something at the terrace at 42nd Street with tree pits. I mean, now I'm gonna look to my sole landscape architect here, because our other one is sick.
I think what Walter's saying is he doesn't have the depth.
You have no room for.
We have no depth.
Nothing.
I mean, across this whole slope, when we started out, we have a whole mitigation plan on where we can plant trees based on how much
Right.
we can get depth. And we actually pushed Lincoln Center in some areas where we had the opportunity to increase that where we have it. But in places where you have cars coming in and all of this, you literally have no depth at
So
all,
we saw the section through this thing,
which we've
we-
shown
which
multiple
you've shown.
times.
we would see that.
You
Yeah,
know, I think it would be helpful. I understand your comment, Earl, and I think the starkness of this is clear. So maybe is your question around whether there's a built solution that, because you're saying raise tree pits, we can't go down, up doesn't work either because of load. So is there a solution? I think it might be helpful to talk
Well,
about.
is there another, is it this or no? Is that what you're telling us?
Right.
Oh, I mean,
That's what I'm wondering.
there
Why is
will
it like
be
that?
something temporarily. They would have to go out and put something up temporarily like they do today when they have events.
And we don't want. to.
Well, because we have a
It's
place
bad.
now where we're trying to rethink the whole thing.
Right, I do.
So, yeah.
So is there no other possibility? It's like that, it's either the big trellis.
Well, we've
There's
had
no
big, we've
other
had medium, we've
screen.
had small. We've presented quite a range of things. And I think our last one was at the most minimum you gave us, I think was back in June, where we tried to really think about how much space we actually need. And I think we narrowed it down to being this size here. And I think there was a screen area coming up on the other side, which we tried to contextualize it. So.
I mean, I'm not, I'm completely sympathetic with the program you want to do. I mean, just would love to make it work. And I don't mean to speak for everybody. I'm concerned with how it relates to the rest and also to the building here. I mean, those are my concerns.
Well, so if I could say, I think, would it be fair to say that I think we're all concerned about this condition. To date, the trellis has seemed kind of acontextual, given the architectural expression of the rest of the campus, which many of our comments were related to that. And there were certainly some versions of it that were overscaled in a way that would block views from Amsterdam houses, and it was massive. And then, as you said, Walter, there were other versions that were more modest. Are we saying that we're open to them bringing back, or we would desire?
Well, I want you guys to be able to do your programming there successfully. I think it's a great idea what you're trying to do. I'd like to know more about the requirements for that canopy. And its height, it's, what's actually going on underneath it, a section through it to understand the performance spaces, and my concern about its relationship to the wall of the building to the north.
And the annex, yeah.
Yeah.
The annex, thank you, and, and the rest of them.
Do you want to speak to that, Walter?
Yeah, I mean, when we first started out, we were thinking contextually that we didn't want to diminish the annex in its dimension. That's why the first canopy was up at that height. So that when you're looking across the site, we're not blocking the facade of that. Then we came back, the hard part about the site is the Met, the annex, there is no, how can I say, penetration in the wall. So you basically have a wall that goes almost a city block, right? And so again, we were thinking an architectural element here at the end would actually create something inviting where you actually get people there. And again, I think the hardest part of this project is to try to imagine it today, because right now there's trucks there.
You're right.
And there's a wall, and there's, so we don't see it in its kind of pristine form. We're actually now in the new design, it's going to be this new thing there. And so I do think that there should be some three-dimensional element there, because not only is it giving shade, we're spending a lot of money to reimagine Amsterdam, and it will be a kind of a signature thing that people will see, just like on 65th. Couldn't imagine that having a halfway covered and now you have a bridge, but you have all of these other iconic things that some might argue are not contextual to the old design, but they actually begin to speak to how we're opening these spaces up. And so I think our task here is we have an underground tunnel here, we have a new walkway coming here, we have all these things coming together, and I do think they need some kind of expression to hold them together. And I think the overlook is going to be, really amazing for people, that you can actually come here now and stand and be seen, right? And actually see the street in a completely different way. Sorry.
There has to be a structure there for shade. I mean, there just has to be. And I think that it's gonna be odd if it's just the tent. But if you go back to page 10.
Somebody else.
There you go. So there we go, page 10. I don't. That's page 12. That's page 10.
Whatever, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
But the thing is, looking at this.
Okay.
I don't remember the discussion about the shade canopy. I don't. I do remember discussions about how the walkways worked and all the different places that create intimacy with the benches. And you guys have really worked that out. It feels like a living room. And that's really what is, I think, appropriate to the neighborhood. It's like a living space everybody can feel at home. And I feel like here, this is a few feet down from this ledge. And I don't know I don't know how this directly relates to the design of the other canopy, which is in the main space by the main stage. But I don't know why it's at this level and not here, which would give you more space underneath. I don't, I think that decision about why it's at the height it's at, but I feel like in this particular case, other than the seated area here and this space in front of it, you do have a natural stage. And I would say I don't know whether there would be a shade that would be the best of all possible worlds, but I am not in favor of this shade You know what I mean? And I don't think,
Double negative. Wait, what's
yeah, I
that?
know, I'm not against, I'm for a shade there. I don't think that this is the best possible of all designs of shades, but this is certainly not the worst option that could happen. It is porous. It does create some shade, so it's sort of mitigates direct sunlight on there, and there has to be some shade. I don't think we should be moving forward and approving this without you agreeing that there should be some shade there. And
I
that-
agree, there should be
Yeah.
some shade there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that. But I mean, it'd be great to, but you're not shading the people here, right?
This is not the latest.
We need.
This is not the latest.
This is like 4 designs ago.
We've gone through,
So we.
in the beginning, it was up here.
Yeah.
Right.
We brought it down because there was some critique on that. There was also critique that this looked like the walkway, temporary things along the street.
Yeah.
There was also critique that should they be the same as the one and the other, or should they be different? We chose to go different. Then
Yeah.
there, I mean, we've gone through a lot of different machinations
Okay.
on this.
And the more recent version did, and it was feedback from one of the working sessions of the commissioners, which was provide more shade to the seated area as well. So the orientation of it shifted this way.
So everything shifted, and then we got to a place where it was like, well, maybe it should just be a frame. And should there be some other kind of thing there that when they need it in the summertime, it gives you shade, but in the winter, it's just as a frame. So there are ideas out there, but we're trying to get the project approved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, we're gonna.
Can I?
I mean, at a certain point, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
Can I say, I'm gonna
Yeah.
sort of address it on behalf of sort of the project overall, just and then of course, turn to you to advise us. We weren't reaching a design that was working. So we weren't trying to be cute. We certainly weren't trying to set anyone up. We did, our instruction was remove it. So we removed it but we agree, it seems like we agree there needs to be shade. We also did study further because we also got that note, is there another solution? Is there trees?
Yeah.
And I know that both the Moody Nolan team, Architect of Record, and the Hood team, we've looked exhaustively. There's 18 inches at best of depth before that slab, which is the ceiling of the garage, which only has 8 feet to the driveway below. So there's no depth there.
And there's no way down you could do raised windows.
I don't think,
Like-
we have a weight.
After reading through the whole area, which
But here.
That's a wall. That's over the top of the exhaust.
Yes.
And you're down, this is down.
So our thinking, I mean, hearing this today, I mean, our concern is we probably can't solve and workshop this right now.
No,
I'm
yeah,
guessing.
It's your.
But
I
we,
do love
you know-
this idea of the frame so that you can take it
Yeah.
out in the summer
Yeah,
and remove it in the winter, because then you're giving people the option of, in the winter time, it's not as cold. So I do like that idea quite a lot, and it is less impactful than all of these colonnades, which do in fact remind one of the temporary. structures.
and I'll be sort of blunt to say, we're seeking most clearly to have our overall project approved so that we can move forward on an exceedingly aggressive schedule that is getting more and more nerve-wracking. However, if there's an opportunity with the commission to revisit this structure in a productive way, we're also willing to do that. And I guess the most blunt statement is, if we don't find something that the commission can approve on a shade structure, then we're gonna build it without it, because we're gonna build what's approved,
Yeah, we got it.
right?
Okay.
But I think we agree that, yeah. But I think an agreement that us sticking a temporary thing up there is not gonna be the best outcome likely either. So
Understood.
we're looking for your guidance on this point, to be honest.
Okay, I think I can summarize and offer that unless anybody has.
Well, I would just say, I think this is a very creative team. You guys are great, and I think that you should design something there, and you're just getting resistance for what we're seeing right here. And clearly you need shade, but how long does it take? I mean, can we see some? I would love to even just see something. We'd love you guys to
How soon you want to
see
see
them
it?
well, this is their we got to get into this whole
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
here, right? It's not me.
Okay.
Are we? There's still other things we're gonna comment on.
This is a comment.
This is a comment. There's
Yeah, there's no vote, no vote.
Yeah.
But I will summarize at the end, but not before you. if you want.
I think
We should all
the other,
Yes,
the event structure.
let's go back to the bench. Yeah.
Sure.
Go to the next one. Next one.
I think this is a good place.
Yeah.
So this is a reflective metal.
Yeah.
On top of the kind of corner. And is the corner existing or that stone corner?
The
that's going to be-
stone partially exists
Partially
today.
exists
Yeah.
today.
What we've done is, the travertine wall today is a few feet lower, but it comes out to the corner. And there's a egress door here. Codes changed, so we have to raise that wall to 10 feet, so it goes up a little bit. But what we've done is we have to keep, sorry, Leon, we have to keep that egress stairs, so we've
There's a stair
previous,
right
we had
there.
a travertine wall there. We've changed that over to a glass guardrail. And so it just makes that profile of that base a little more petite. And then we have the reflective metal above.
There's one very similar at 9/11. As you're going along, you'll see a vent tower and there's a stair going down with a glass
Yeah.
rail along the edge.
And that's the Axon view.
Yeah.
Right there.
Above, yeah.
Okay.
Do you have comments on that?
Well, I just think, this, I feel like if it's just this, it's at a monumental scale, but, the reflection, it's not, I guess, the best way I could put it is it's not saying or doing anything, it's hiding something. And so I feel like at the monumental scale that it's at, I'm not sure if this is exactly the right solution. I don't know if other people feel this way, but if I look at this elevation, I see the sign on the left. Is that like a poster for an event?
Those are blade signs. They
Blade
have those on
signs.
65th right now. So they're going to continue those along Amsterdam.
So that would exist there.
And there might be some
Might be a sign of Lincoln
sign
Center.
or
or
naming
the park.
opportunities on both walls. On that wall and the one running next to it, which working with the Cultural Landscape Foundation, this is one of the things that we wanted to sort of leave some of that memory of that wall and how it turned that corner. That was one thing of working with Charles that we kind of arrived at, keeping that low wall going all the way up to 60 foot.
I mean, I know this, this corner is kind of another entry point. And the scale is monumental. And I know you proposed before like artwork on this. But it feels like there's, it feels like there still needs to be something here that, I guess announces that this is a new entry to Lincoln Center, whether that's just like text, signage. But you've got this kind of huge like thing here. It's kind of in dialogue with the sculpture, the Martin Luther King sculpture up the street, but it doesn't really relate to it. And I think when you talk about, what you were saying about the icons, whether that's the shade structure or what's here, I think that's a good strategy to have these kind of like iconic moments. But I guess for me, neither feel like very iconic as objects yet. The kind of dome or the performance area, of course, is iconic. But this object or the shade structure in its last iteration, I think don't quite feel iconic in the way that you're talking about. Does that make sense?
So,
I don't know what the solution is.
yeah, right, no, I hear your
Would you
point.
like to see the options in the other slide?
I don't know. Oh, the option.
The wall is still there, but the wall
wall
is,
is the wall.
the wall is the infrastructure that we have to protect,
That is-
what's down
that
below.
is a given.
That's a given.
And we've looked at having Lincoln Center text, signage along the travertine base, or even there could be programming information on the column above that could change.
The other thing is when you're out there, it's not as monumental as these images make it appear. This is 10 feet. Martin Luther King is 30, 40 feet up. It's also sitting on a plinth. When you see the buildings around this, it makes this so small when you're looking up. So I do think representation's a little misleading to a certain degree because we've had to crop it in, but within the context, it's another piece of infrastructure that you see on the corner. And the broader view is you're going to get these gardens all along here. That's actually greater than that corner. And that's something you're just not experiencing.
Maybe that's a new to share. Describe.
But I think, in terms of the metal blocking the flue, if you just wrap it all the way around and then take it as an opportunity to do signage, and it's also modular, so you could take pieces in and out if you needed to, then it would be just this complete rectangular shape, but you get to use different parts of it in different ways. One side on this side could be Lincoln Center new blah, blah, blah. The other side is flat and just reflective. And then it takes away, like right now, it's sort of reflecting one thing, but I think it'll be less charming when there's not trees that are leafing. So if you make it more of a functional thing, then it doesn't have to be as charming and it calls less attention to itself.
So you're saying make all of that
Yeah.
just one
Yeah.
big.
Yeah,
Ah.
just wrap it. And then, but then each side has a different use. One is flagging, I'm a new entrance. The other side is just reflecting the trees. Another side is
Well,
blank.
is
but if-
that?
You know what,
I don't know if we can program. that.
I'm gonna take a sort of middle ground here, and I think I'm ready to summarize unless people have to, okay. So I have only one question before I summarize this, and we're gonna send you on your way ready to finish this thing. My only question is the art walk, the paving, will that continue all the way west? I was a little confused about that, and I just wanted to get a little clarity on that.
It goes to the curb at Amsterdam Avenue. I don't know why it's cropped. here.
That's what I
Yeah,
was.
It will go here, yeah.
So it actually
It
goes
actually
all the
goes
way.
all the way.
all the way.
Great,
Yeah,
perfect,
yeah,
love that.
sorry.
Wonderful, great. Okay, so problem solved. So in summary, I'll start with the vent because that's the last thing actually, let me start with something different. We started with Amsterdam Gardens. I want to say, I think, while there were definitely moments where this was a painful process, I think Walter, you and your team, Paul, you have really got something now which actually honors the intention for this landscape as you stated it when you first came here, which was this is a front yard for people living across Amsterdam Avenue. And now it's not only a front yard, because in some ways it was always a front yard and was always inviting from the very first scheme. But what we were struggling with was, are those folks feeling like they're invited to move through the entirety of the landscape? That's what I personally was struggling with, because to me, it felt like it was a front yard and then it kind of ended at the pool. Now I feel like with the kind of really sensitive work that you have done to clarify the circulation, if I'm like a kid from LaGuardia or a person who lives in Amsterdam houses, I'm gonna feel like this is telling me, keep going.
Yeah.
Right? And that's really beautiful. And that was really hard to do.
Yeah.
I know it was really hard to do. So I just want to acknowledge, like, to me, this is like amazing and I can't wait to use this landscape. But I feel like it really achieves the goal that you set out and it really honors it. So thank you. That's
thank
just
you,
like
guys.
beautiful work. With the vent, I want to say, I don't think it's for us to design. You heard what we said regarding the kind of heaviness of having it be the travertine all the way up, and great. So I think what Manuel is articulating and Kenseth also is like, that's a really important entrance. So we just want you to look at, maybe it has to do with signage. I don't want to design it for you. We're looking for that to be iconic and recognizable as an important entrance, the same way the other side is. So I think to me, that's just like the next iteration and like, go do that. And then with regard to the lifted terrace and the shade, to me, that's like been in some ways the most challenging of this landscape. I think you have listened to us in sort of the heaviness of it and the views. I think we're on this journey with you too now. And I think what you're hearing from Commissioner Tisch and from Merrill and all of us is like, yikes, too much sun. And we really don't want you to have like a thing up there every summer. So I think we're at the point now where we're going to ask you in the next, like, move forward, go do it. To come back with something, you looked at the trees, which is what we asked you to do last time. We did not know your structural limitations. We do now. And so we're asking you to take a look at the shade there, something perhaps that could be seasonal, but something that would allow for those TikTok videos to not lead to sunburn. Okay? So unless others have any additional comments, I think we would say with my comments as I've just summarized, and you'll get that from the team, we are so, the reason that this has been painful and challenging is because your ambitions are so extraordinary, because we need this landscape in this city so much right now. And honestly, we need this landscape nationally. This is, I really, when you're ready to like talk about it, I hope you tell that story of what you've tried to do and what you now are doing. So I really want to congratulate you and say, like, you know, go forth and finish it. And we are applauding the efforts of this team. Okay, so with that, we will now take a 10-minute break, and we'll return to continue the public meeting shortly.
We're bringing the team in.
Testing. Testing.
Yeah. You gonna do the clicker?
Okay, we are back on confirming. So we shall begin. Over to you, Deborah.
Okay,
Is that working?
if I can find my script, I would, here we go. Excellent. Okay, we'll now continue the committee meeting with the amended preliminary review of the design of master plan for the construction of Metropolitan Park, Queens Future, including the construction of a gaming facility, resort, retail, and events complex, parking structures, the reconstruction of Shea Road, and adjacent site work, adjacent to City Field in Corona, Queens. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today per standard committee meeting procedure. Presenters, you have 10 minutes and you can begin. Welcome, Gail. Welcome, Greg.
Good afternoon again, commissioners and attendees. I'm Gail Rothstein from EDC. Your presenters today are Greg Pasquarelli from SHOP and James Tenues from Field Operations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. It's great to be back. As you know, on 12/15, we received the gaming license. When we got our preliminary approval in October, you directed us to come back with an amended preliminary submission with further design development. There were a series of questions. We've responded to each one of those questions. There's quite a bit of them. I know that we only have 10 minutes, so we're going to go as quickly as possible, but please interrupt us at any time if you have any questions whatsoever. So again, some of the key things that you asked us about, questions about the integrated resort, service lane, daycare, issues about the gateway, issues about Northfield and Southfield, and some issues about Taste of Queens. So these are the 4 main questions of things that you asked for. So we're just going to go very quickly through them, starting with the service lane. Here's where we were at preliminary review submission. Here is the update. One of the key things here was to change the chamfered angle there to alleviate the pinch point at that corner. Next. This is where we were at the time. And also, if you remember, when we moved the drive lane in, we had to add half a floor up at this point. One of the comments was to move that back so that it lowered the edge along the front. Next, this is the revised design. So the half floor now sits back. So it keeps the facade at a lower angle at this point. We push this back. The entry comes in here and it gives us more room for the pedestrian and the bicycle lanes. Next. So this is where we were. See its height. It's now lower. It's pushed back and you get more room at the front. Next. And then this is just a view of that showing the additional space for the bike lanes and the pedestrians. Next.
Hi, everyone. James Tenai with Field Ops. Just a quick update to note that the service drive has now additional landscaping space in front of Roosevelt Avenue. So essentially the setback has been increased. And that's just the 2 depictions of those 2 spaces there.
There were some specific questions about the daycare center and the outdoor play area. So the daycare center sits in this portion on the 2nd floor of the project, and the outdoor play area is on the 1st floor. We'll show you some details of that. There were questions about daylight. There is direct daylight and windows in every single daycare room looking out onto the park. It's a typical one. The fenestration of that, so you could see the continuation of the materiality of the base of the building coming all the way along. And this strip of windows is the daycare area looking out onto the park.
The outdoor daycare portion, which is a required program as part of the daycare, is located right up against the IR building, is nestled within a garden and away from the street. I would note that it's only accessible from the interior through a dedicated set of stairs and elevator. And here's a section cut through Roosevelt Avenue, extending north through the public domain. And then you can see the daycare outdoor area here is screened not only with a screen fence, but also a whole garden area to screen it from the public realm.
There were some questions about the location of a potential cigar bar / smoking area and the distances from the public space. So that area would be here. One of the key things we did was add a planted buffer, which pushes people back so they're really not visible from the public space. It's 30 feet floor to floor. And then it's also about 150 feet from the entrance to the south stair, which was what some of the dimensions you had asked us for. There were other questions about the promenade and the east colonnade. Next. So again, there you wanted to understand exactly what the pedestrian and ADA accessibility routes would be. So everything in blue are the pedestrian routes to get up into the building, and the purple are where the ADA elevators are. There's one to the north and one to the south. Next. Here are some details, rough, of what those entries look like. So there's the southeast stair, the northeast stair, which are both on the piles of the old Shea Stadium, and then the central stair, which frames the lawn and the outdoor music area. So we really see the central stair and the gateway bridge as major ingress ways to go in. These blue triangles are places that you can enter the building. The red are mostly egress. And so the center one is really trying to be focused on egress from the building. As you can imagine, it's got a high occupancy and the amount of egress is extraordinary. Next. So there are just some details with all of the dimensions that you requested from the stairs and from the ADA accessibility. There are some areas where to create a kind of indoor-outdoor dining areas and create liveliness on there, it goes up to, these are the zones where seating would be, but there's always a minimum at least 5 feet clear for people to walk by along the promenade. Next. Here you could see these are the dimensions at the central stairs. Next. And then this is all the way to the north. Again, this would be a seating area, 5 foot clear minimum, and the stairs and the secondary ADA elevator.
So I'm going to go through how the this colonnade is knitted with the landscape and how it shapes different park environments, starting with the southeast stair. These stairs are built upon the former foundations of Shea Foundation. They're reaching out into the park, the top side of which is for the public access, and then the employee entrance is tucked on the other side. And you can see the ADA access elevator is clearly visible from that same point of entry. On the north side, those stairs create sheltered park environments, sheltering outdoor rooms for the wind and noise. And then on the south side, you can see we've tucked the employee entrance as well as the employee daycare entrance underneath those stairs. And then the public ADA access bridge is connecting to the podium at that same location. These central stairs embrace an outdoor lawn. That's been kind of the central gathering area of the park for right where the second base of former Shea Stadium is. And we've adapted that lawn and updated that lawn edge so that it is fully ADA compliant and accessible. And that's the corresponding detail there. On the north side of the stairs, these blend into a landscape element. Here we're building into an embankment of a play area, a half-acre play area, and taking advantage of the wind protection and sound protection from those stairs that again are extending on the Shea Stadium foundations. At the same location are the publicly accessible bathrooms for the park. On the north side of those stairs, a series of biofiltration terraces cascade down. They purify and capture stormwater through a series of planting and soil cells. You've asked for some detail about how that works, and they're essentially soil volumes that filter out captured stormwater before releasing it to the system. This is a quick view of that upper colonnade. It's essentially a belvedere with views out into the park, but also viewable from the park. These are the same slides that we included in a previous submission, basically detailing how we're creating a very public-facing MTA station, as well as creating ADA accessibility on all three platforms through a multitude of new elevators that are all built as part of the MTA station here. I'm just going to click through these quickly, but they're here if we have any questions or want to discuss them. Also including some updates in the northern surface lot, the area where the park exits or the IR building exits out into the street. Updates here include additional landscaping, additional trees, as well as some topographical adjustments to buffer the public realm from the exit. Starting here, you can see that there's a large buffer that we've updated per the direction here to increase the height to buffer the public realm environment of the park from the service drive exit. And that's a view of that same space within the public realm, within the park. You can see that the exit from the IR is pretty much entirely obscured. This is a view from on Shea Road, showing how that experience from the bike lane. You also have additional landscape elements to screen the exiting. I'll pass the mic.
Sure. So Northfield and Southfield, there were a series of questions about the ground plane design refinement, go in the elevators. So again, Northfield and Southfield to reorient you. Next. And so what we've really tried to do is make a family of common elements on every one of the garages so that it's clearly identifiable, you know how to circulate, and there's a consistency among the materiality of every single one. I know there was something called out about the security booths. So there are 4 booths today. They were built as part of City Field. One we have to demolish and move, and instead of creating a new language for that security booth, we just continued with the City Field one to kind of integrate it into a single campus. Next. So this is the material palette. We've gone with the glazed brick, as you suggested, the red brick on Taste of Queens lot, which ties it into City Field, but everything else is consistent through the entire project. Next. Next. So again, you could just see the sort of view of the entries in each way. We've always tried to remove the screen to identify. We've got the canopies at the entry. You can see where the vertical transportation is. We've got the scallop perforated screens that's consistent on every one. And then you can see the bridges that connect directly from the concourse and City Field into the garages as well. Always sort of taking the black metal steel that's on City Field as it currently exists. Next. And then there's details of every one of these, where the canopies are, where the security booths are, and how that works, bollards, and how it works to access the back of house service area for City Field. Next. So again, some details of those elements and where the plantings and how it integrates. Next. Again, you can see the railings that are consistent among all of the garages. Next. Looking back at that way. So this is the one booth that has to be moved, but we've copied the language of City Field and put it there as well, so that it's consistent throughout the entire campus. This is looking down Seaver Way. So there are some storage areas and back of house areas. So there is a portion of it that is a solid concrete wall, but it's planted all around. And then you get to the entrance and then to the canopies for the vertical circulation into the garage. And that's looking across at the soccer stadium. Again, so in detail of looking at that area, this is where the fencing from City Field, that materiality continues across to create the security gates, and we've added in certain places for pedestrian safety. The bridge details have been refined to really kind of harken back to City Field's tectonic. Next. And then Southfield Garage, same material palette, same way of trying to identify the vertical circulation, same idea of the glazed bricks on all of the cores. Next. And then details of everyone. So this is sort of at the eastern end. Next. In the center. Next. And then alongside at the MTA station, so basically the out of the fare zone is right above you, and you can either get down to Roosevelt Avenue or you can connect directly into the garage from MTA, or if you're parking in the garage, you can walk through the MTA station outside the fare zone, right onto the plaza and into Met Park. Again, some views of this. This is the ramping, so it's all open. People can see where they're going and how to get across the 7 train into the public space and the park. Next. And same ideas with the details, campus-wide details. Again, these are the fences. A lot of it was taken from Citi Field, just a simplified black fence. Again, these are also for security issues and for pedestrian safety. Next. Here are the details of those. The sliding fence, the open gate fence. And then it's just this notion that all of these elements kind of have a consistent materiality so that there's a connection. The big changes on the fences, which are more a cool gray stainless steel, on the garages kind of change more towards a champagne and a warmer color as it becomes part of the integrated resort. But it's the same materiality. And then how we're dealing with, again, same idea on all of the ramps, all of the stairs, same details for all the handrails. You can see that the north gateway, the south gateway. There was also a similarity that were, and again, more details of that fence. Look at it. And then Taste of Queens. So where we were before, there was comments about the transition between the market and garage. Next. So this is where we were. So, you know, they are 2 very different buildings. One is occupied, one is a garage, but we thought it was a great suggestion to try and think about how to blend them together more. So this is where we were. So currently what we've done is we've wrapped the facade of the garage around and turned it. We've pulled these edge pieces out to the edge of the garage so it feels consistent. We've aligned it with the joints. And it kind of takes a bit of this garage and brings it across and around into the main building itself. And again, another suggestion from the commission about the brick with some detail that is the brick from Citi Field. This is at the portion where you walk, the pedestrians walk from Citi Field into the garage and into the entry. So you could see this was before and the kind of abrupt difference between the two. Next. And we think that pulling that out really does clean that up and makes it feel like it's coming together in a better way. And then this is looking from the MTA platform. So the other thing that we did was we took the scallop perforation from the garage and then continued it as the same scallop, but without the perforation. And then it's completely perforated in the atrium space in the Taste of Queens. So that will be glowing. That'll be your vertical circulation. That'll be visible from the platform, and then also from Roosevelt, which we'll show you in a second. And then here is the, there was also a question about the accessibility at the ground floor. So we've added more doors. We've shown you details for that. And there's a lot of permeability between the raised plaza coming off the MTA station and into the Taste of Queens. Here you can see some more of those ideas of doors. And then on Roosevelt Avenue, again, we tried to open it up. This is now the entrance from Roosevelt Avenue. We've added more portals onto that facade to break it up for the sort of art walk that we talked about. So we brought those more down along. This is really a brick wall in front of the back of house and mechanical spaces. So we really couldn't make it completely permeable, but we opened it up as much as we could. This is now the entry from the back, which has escalators and elevators and stairs to get you up to the market and to the spaces above for the public. You want to talk about the plants?
Yeah, just noting that the planted content here, we're trying to increase as much softscape as we can along the Roosevelt Avenue corridor. And noting that some of this is in the shade, so we're going to use shade tolerant planting as much as possible.
There was a question about the market loading in the Taste of Queens. So these are some of the details. There's no accessibility off of Roosevelt Avenue. So everything comes through the main driveway, comes into the garage here, and the loading is in this separate area that then services the food hall in the back of house of everything else, but nothing comes in and across the bike lanes and everything on Roosevelt Avenue. We were just looking at this facade, right? So here, this is the area where you have the elevators. Exactly, and that's the blank part. Next, so there's where loading will take place. There's details on the right. Next. And then the Met's back of house space, you've asked for a little bit more detail on that. There was a question of how that loaded in and out. And that also loads from the single point inside the garage. So you will come in this way. They will come, there's a staging area, and things that need to be brought in and out via truck are done internally to the garage. It was, that's what we said. And now we're trying to put, the next slide is showing putting solar panels on top of it to make it look a lot better and to match the rest of the garage. But yes, I did say that last time, Lori. It was. So here you can see that. I know there was some question about the locations of the kiosks. We're not specific about it. We want to integrate it. We don't know exactly how that's going to be used. It's really a kind of proposal that there'd be kiosks to give some life to this way coming down Seaver and turning the corner. There's the added PVs, what you would see from the street. You can see the culture walk images, and then where those go, we can work with you further as we determine specifically where the kiosks go. We think it enlivens that corner.
Only got a few more slides here, folks, so we'll get through this. Going to keep moving quickly, though. Feel free to interject if you have anything to comment on. Taking a look at the campus and walking distances as it relates to program and bathrooms, looking at the MTA station as a point of origin. Basically, the whole campus is accessible within a 10-minute walk. We've deployed the active public realm programs along these axes, the active sports and recreation on the south, and some of the more traditional park environments on the north side, and then deployed the public bathrooms in relationship to those key park amenities. Bathroom in Southfield Park, which is a new addition that we've done in collaboration with yourselves and DPR, as well as the 2 bathrooms that we've had in the campus plan since the beginning. Looking more in detail at some of those bathrooms, we have the bathroom along the IR building that services both the public the playground and some of the larger open space amenities in the north. And that's been tucked in underneath the IR stairs. The bathroom just north of the Roosevelt underneath the MTA station, serving as a point of kind of a bathroom for the point of arrival. Tucked in underneath the Gateway Plaza structure. And then lastly, yeah, go ahead. And then lastly, the new bathroom that we've added in Southfield Park to service users of the Southfield Recreation Park. And we're using the DPR standard as a point of departure for the design of that structure there. There was comments about the booths. I think we went through this. I'm going to skip through this. There's 4 booths today. There's 4 booths in the future. The major update that we were updating here and that we're excited to share with you is finally the update to Southfield Recreation Park. This is what we had in the preliminary submission. This is the updated design. We've done this in collaboration with DPR, 2 in-person work sessions. Yeah. Department of Parks and Recreation, New York City Parks and Recreation. Sheena's in here somewhere. All right, Parks. Okay, Parks. We've met with them twice in a collaborative work session back in 2025, as well as part of our design development review in late 2025. The major additions here include additional recreational spaces, as well as a keen interest on how people access the park and how to create user comfort. As well as updates on kind of minimizing the amount of fences that might be required here. And addition of creating cool and shaded play spaces within the park. It's a pretty hostile environment out there, as well as comfortable places to relax within that park as well. So those are our major updates. Happy to hand the mic over and talk through a bit more of this in detail.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very responsive and detailed presentation. This is a very complex site, and the team has responded to a great deal of comments across the entirety of the site at many, many scales. So what I would like to suggest to my fellow commissioners, if you agree, is you have organized the presentation very well by area or then broadly at the end of the public realm. I'd like to begin with how you began and then keep our comments in sequence with where otherwise it's too complicated to move through this site. So Greg, can you go back to your first heading page? And we can talk about the service road, I believe was your first area of that you were addressing, right?
Yes.
And commissioners, I would ask you to speak to actionable points for the team to, given the complexity of this and in the knowledge, and I'll summarize this at the end, that this is not the last time that we'll be looking at this. Today, we're really looking at the master plan. The team will be coming back with a lot more detail around each specific area. So we're kind of looking at a high level comment now, and we'll come back into the detailed areas. So with that, let's talk about the service road.
Sure.
And I'm inviting any comments on this area.
So as you may remember, the service road used to be outside of the building. We moved it inside of the building. That forced us to build another half floor of the garage. But there was still some excellent comments, we think, about that pinch point right here. So the idea was to shift that chamfer back to open that up a little bit more to give us some more room to get the bike lane and the pedestrian lane through.
And I want to note that we've been lobbying for a long time for you to push that volume back. And I believe that's how you gain the extra depth, right, in the lens.
Yes.
So we really appreciate that. And in my view, this entrance from Corona now is like much more welcoming, much better moving. So people are not getting the bus exhaust because you moved it. It's really improved dramatically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments on this area, or should we move to? Yeah.
Was about the access now is inside the building, but things can the truck can turn around in the building and come back out. Because
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, that was
There, that's a.
It goes, the service lane goes through the building and comes out on the north end where the rest of the traffic comes in and out of the building. So it's all internal.
okay. Okay.
Okay, great. We can move to the next.
Next point, yeah.
The daycare center.
Yes.
Okay.
So I had a question here on this slide 57. And then, because you've got the windows, thank you,
Mhm.
great to see. And we're under the South Gateway Bridge. So,
Yeah.
is that, and that's 61 and 63? Or there's slide 57, and then it was 61 and 63, if I'm not.
Yeah, the one that
I
shows the
couldn't think, yeah.
relationship of
Yeah.
the play area to the bridge is what we're
Right.
looking at,
Right,
whatever one that was.
Yeah.
there you.
There, no, that's not
No,
it.
no, no. Wait,
We'll
no,
get to that one, but that's
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
maybe it's that.
Oh,
So, yeah,
Okay,
so
yeah.
the play area is, well, thank
There.
you, I'm sorry, is over here.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Okay.
so I was, you have these columns, they're not just columns, they're like superstructure
Mhm.
columns.
Yeah.
That are around the site. You have one that's very tree-like. That's on the other side.
Yeah, on
And I'm
Seaver.
not advocating everything is the same,
I know.
but I'm just wondering why we have this giant monster right in front of the window of the daycare. Like, I don't even know how those meet. I'd love to see the section through that. I mean, I'm just wondering about that. And the shade, I mean, I know thing has to go somewhere. So this
Right.
big elevated bridge, South Gateway Bridge has to go somewhere, but it's just question about the column. Could it be more open so that, because I don't know what the quality of light is in those 1, 2, 3.
Where's the
Yeah.
pointer? Are you
Ma-
talking?
Maybe if you go to 31, we can see a more broader
Like
view.
right here.
Yeah, that's.
So when
Yeah, we
the,
understand.
if we did a solar study and we're facing north. Am I wrong?
East,
East,
east.
northeast,
E-
east,
East.
just east.
These would be south and these would
South.
be east.
south
Right, because
and
Roosevelt's
east.
to our left.
So when the sun
Yeah.
comes around, just, just
Yeah.
wanting to do what you were talking about, bring all that wonderful daylight into these rooms.
Mhm.
Is there any other way to think about those columns, or is that? That's all. That would just be a question.
Let us
Yeah,
talk to our
just that's the
structural
question,
engineer and
because-
take a look
yeah.
and get back to you.
Thank you. So
Fair,
then,
fair enough.
The berm, which
Wait,
was-
wait, before you get to the berm, another question about this. When people are people will be walking, right, across that?
You mean up here?
So what's
Up
it
here.
prevent someone from throwing something on top of children?
I think it's far enough away, but.
Is it? That's what
That's a
I'm
good
wondering.
question.
So like the
Because
section.
people do crazy things.
Maybe
Yeah,
the
no, we-
previous page,
Yeah.
19. So just in general note, this is the South Gateway Bridge. It extends from the MTA station to the entry of the IR, kind of ushers folks directly to their point of destination. The design is meant to be minimal. That's why it looks kind of plain. You know, simple columns, simple spans, simple structures, right?
Yeah,
Trying
few-
to make it disappear.
But big. I mean,
Yeah,
they're not
wider
really disappearing.
We're interested in gaining these wide spans so that folks can move through uninhibited, you know, and then we place the columns within the planted areas. That's always been the intent there.
So the view we saw, it was very foreshortened, I
Right.
guess, right?
Yeah.
It is. It's for sure.
Because it looks
Yeah,
like
there's
it's right
there's
against
probably
the
like,
window,
there's
but
probably
you're
like 7
actually
columns
there, right?
marching along.
I mean, this is the edge of the IR here, and that column's probably out there. I mean, it's not up against the window, but we can get you that
I
exact.
mean, does it have to be there? I guess that's my question. But
We
I know
could-
your engineers are not happy. But that's a question. Maybe
We-
that should be.
I love torturing structural engineers. It's okay.
Well, they torture us.
Yes,
so-
exactly. That's right. You know, Lori.
James, can you point out, like, if I'm walking on that bridge, how close am I to be able to throw?
Yeah, so the bridge is about 25 feet wide, and you would be walking through here. So the space between the daycare and the bridge is probably in a similar dimension of that.
Oh, all right.
extent.
So I'm not like right next to it.
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
And the colonnade, that's also up above it, is that?
Well, we'll get.
The colonnade's up, I
It's
think
up
the
there.
thing that we're talking about,
Yeah.
that's further up north,
Okay,
yeah.
that's mainly what I wanted to confirm, because
Sure.
on some of the renderings, it looks like they're right adjacent to one
Yes.
another. So,
This is internal. So one of the questions that you had was, you know, where is the entrance? So the employees come in, they go up the elevator, employees go one way, daycare go another way. So it's a completely separated experience with security. And then in order to get down to the daycare, there's a dedicated elevator and a dedicated internal stair just for the kids.
Okay.
That come in and out.
and the garage, isn't the garage just to the left in this?
There's service lanes but it's behind the screening. And then the garage is beyond that.
But I guess my question is like, will children playing in that play area be getting the fumes through the screen?
No, I don't believe in that exact spot. It's open, but all of that side facing the park is all intake, no exhaust. So that we designed it so that there wasn't exhaust blowing on that. So because it's mechanically ventilated in that part of the garage. So it would only be intake fresh air and then it gets discharged on the other side of the project.
Okay, so there's no discharge here.
Correct.
Great, okay. So any other questions on daycare area and the yard?
Employees of the IR, it's kind of a required program given the.
Talking acronyms.
The integrated resort, my bad, I apologize. It's for the employees who are working at the IR who can drop
The
their kids
integrated
off
resort.
prior to their shift. The integrated resort,
The-
thank you,
basically,
Greg.
The hotels, the casino, the music venue and the F&B and the food and beverage.
It's actually a pretty great amenity. I wish my workplace had that. It would simplify my life dramatically.
Yeah, we all wish that every place had that. Okay, any other questions on that area before we move to, okay, next.
There's elevators came next was.
No, I think the
Look at
next
the
is yeah, this, yeah. You want to point out where it is, just so not everyone's because
Oh.
conversant with the plan?
We're talking about the colonnade?
No, right now we'll talk about the cigar bar and then.
Oh,
we'll go
okay.
to
It's over. If you can go to a plan.
The plans, yeah.
Here, so here's MTA coming across that pedestrian bridge. It's right at that
Right there.
area, above that area where the pedestrians would walk in from the park and from the MTA station.
Okay.
I would
Any
like to
comments
say,
on the cigar bar?
I would like to say, not the slide before, again. Yeah, the plan, that this was exceptionally useful. Because it really clarified how somebody with a stroller gets in, moves around, comfortably finds their way if they have a wheelchair. And I understood the whole plan of circulation. So I felt like this was a really great response to our questions about how.
Yeah, I think
Thank-
that's I think we should talk about this separately. I want to just get finished with the
Yeah.
cigar bar. I don't have a comment. I think that's a good solution. Any other? Great, let's move on. Next. Okay,
That's it.
now, I agree with Ken that this is enormously helpful. There's still some, can I have the,
Pointer.
pointer, please? there's still some parts of this circulation that are unclear to me, and I'm sure they're not unclear to you. I'm taking the elevator up, right, because I have a stroller, so I'm there, right? Now I want to get from there to like, let's say I'm going to that bathroom, or I don't know that one's there, or whatever. I want to walk across. How do I do that?
If you're down at park level,
Yeah, I'm gonna come up here, right, with my stroller, so I'm not going up those stairs, and I land there. How do I get from there to there?
you could walk along that whole area, but that bathroom is down at park level. Is that
Right,
correct?
right.
But yes, you can walk along this entire front. There will be a minimum of 5. There's places where it's wider, but
That's
there's
all at the same grade?
yes.
Okay.
No,
that's
it goes down. Wait, does it go
That's
down?
what I was gonna.
Yeah, you're right.
remember
It does go
those?
down. I am incorrect. It does
Right.
go down.
Because I was looking at this.
There's been so many
particular
designs, I
drawing,
forgot which one we're on.
And I was confused,
Yeah.
like if I'm coming up, if
Yeah.
I'm here, right, I'm in a wheelchair or a stroller, how do I get, if I want to go to
Let's-
the other
right.
side?
Let's go back to that other
Yeah,
slide and we
there's
can
a
talk through
second
that.
ADA. Yeah,
So
you're
just,
correct.
just noting, this is a baseball stadium here, and this is roughly at the distance of a New York City avenue, right? So I think if you're coming here, you're likely to enter the integrated resort. If you're coming
To the
here,
Restaurant, I don't want to go. to
right,
the-
right, well, you'd still enter that,
Yeah.
that restaurant from within the integrated resort.
In the resort.
Correct, correct, yeah.
So can you show, let's just go back to the other one,
Yep.
which shows there. So show me here.
So these are the outdoor ports. So these would be some of the F&B, the restaurant areas here and here, and these are the outdoor areas, but you would come in and go into the restaurant, or go into the restaurant, or come in here and go into the restaurant.
Okay, so let's say I'm coming in from, you could just show me with your finger, I'm coming in like here, and then my friend texts me, I'm actually at this restaurant. What's my journey?
You would probably, there's two options. You either move through the casino floor,
So
or
I'm
you
going
would,
through the casino floor
or,
with my stroller and my
or,
child.
or you would likely just come back down and move through the park and meet them at that entrance.
Okay, what I'm saying is, that's gonna happen every day, multiple times. And there are gonna be a lot of folks who come here because that's your intention, is that this is for families, right?
With the big stairs.
And a lot of people are gonna wanna move across here, right? This is this gorgeous terrace that you're providing for views of the lawn. This is gonna be this place to be, right? Everyone's gonna wanna be there. And right now you've made it so that people in wheelchairs or people with strollers or limited mobility have to have a wacky journey like that to get from here to here.
We will study what the options would be.
Yeah, I think I would really like you to study that, because I think you're setting yourself up for a really kind of, even for your own purposes, to have all those folks walking through the casino is not
Right.
ideal. Right?
Yeah, we see these as two different entrances to the casino,
Right.
and I think that we've always seen the
We always
public
thought
realm
people
as the
Kids
main
and,
thoroughfare.
like,
Yeah, no, if I had
go
kids, I'm
with
definitely
you,
staying
no,
down
we're
here.
here.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Come on,
Every day.
every day, right? So that kind of
Yep.
planning that would allow for that,
Yep.
that kind of precision,
Ye-
like we're only going here, really doesn't happen.
Yeah, I would note the family-oriented programs are at ground level, right? The parks, the trees, the playground, those things. So if I'm bringing my kids to this place, I'm likely to stay on that ground plane where it is.
Okay,
accessible.
agreed.
That, I don't mean to
Yeah, no,
work on what you're saying, but that's just.
We'll look at it.
Just look at it,
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying.
Got
Okay,
it.
but any other comments on the colonnade?
In Miami. And it cost, this one was quite expensive and even took my breath away, and I know how to spend money. And let me just say, so we go out and the guy at the parking attendant said, did you have your ticket validated in the restaurant? It was a nice complex where and we said no. And he said, well, that'll be $65. But if we had had our parking ticket validated in the restaurant, it would have been $35. Of course, my husband volunteered me to go back by the nice maitre d'. But that being said, when someone enters the park to use a restaurant, where are they paying for parking and how many times are they paying an entrance and exit fee? Just because I think it is something that can blow back at you very quickly when the issue of affordability and access becomes a very big issue in the city. And I don't want to miss the opportunity to allow you to think
Yep.
it through, because that's actually gonna be.
You're right. That's a really good point.
You are correct.
Yeah.
I'm going to hand the mic over to Sully, Michael Sullivan, who can answer that question on behalf of our
He's
client
gonna
group.
land this plane in the Hudson.
That guy is far more skilled than I am.
Sully's gonna land a different kind of plane here.
Yes, yes. You're asking a complicated question. I'll try to give as short an answer as I can. We have obligations to the city to share parking revenue for baseball games and soccer games, and that's an annual arrangement that we work out in terms of what we're going to charge and how we do that. So for baseball and soccer, we got to charge for those patrons, share revenue with the city. Ideally, an integrated resort facility wants parking to be.
Used integrated resort, not.
Yes, yes. I'm not going to abbreviate it. You want the parking to be free, so it's convenient, easy for people, but because of our proximity to LaGuardia, we don't want people to come park here, leave their car there for 2 weeks while they go wherever and, take up all the parking as a free park and ride, that kind of thing. So we have to have some kind of a system for reimbursement. We've had initial discussions with Hard Rock on how to operate this. Every year, the technology gets better and better. And so ideally, by the year 2030, when this opens, what we'll be able to do is prepay, pre-sell parking to Mets and soccer fans. So you got your parking before you even come, you drive right in, it knows your license plate, or you have something to scan on your way in. So it's quick, it's easy, it's efficient. And then have a credit back to guests coming to the integrated resort building. One of the things we've talked about doing is guests at the Hard Rock properties have what it's called a Unity card. It's like your frequent flyer card or like a frequent guest program, so that you can credit back that arrangement. We're hopeful that the technology keeps getting better. So by 2030, it'll be as simple and easy for everybody as possible so that we can, if you're coming to a restaurant, you're coming to the integrated resort, you're treated one way, you're coming for a game or soccer, you're treated another. And we also have to continue to maintain commuter parking on that Southfield site, which we do today. I think it's $5 today. And so we'll have a set number of spaces that we have to accommodate those folks as well.
I understand, but the reason for my asking.
Yes.
Is because I'm curious if there's anything that you can do in the design today to make those solutions easier by 2030. I know it's not an easy thing.
Yeah.
to do, But I am just, I know how to read newspapers and I know how to follow political realities.
Yes.
And if this becomes an issue of affordability, it's going to really dampen, I think, the spirit of what you're trying to create.
No question. So what we're doing today is building a lot of infrastructure to accommodate technology at the various locations, the entrances to the garages, the variable messaging, that kind of thing. We're trying hard not to make the decision on the exact technology today, because if we had chosen a technology last year for 2030, it'd already be out of date. So what we're doing is putting in the infrastructure to accommodate state of the art, so that as we get closer to 2030, we can make that decision.
I just would have you be just very mindful of what's going on with soccer tickets and access there. And I think this issue of affordability for the average New Yorker to a space that has accommodated you through Parkland is only going to increase. So anything that you can do today as you lay out what I think is really spectacular,
Thank you.
I think you should really think through, and I think it should become part of the talking points that you present to the public. Just because you don't, I'm so sorry, Doug. You just don't want to get caught in something that's not your fight.
I think it's great feedback. We appreciate it. And yes,
Got it.
no.
I got it. I'm just saying.
It's important because we have a lot of different constituencies using the garages for a lot of different things. And so having that flexibility and affordability, we know is critical. Thank you.
Thing out that's uncomfortable.
Not
I
at all.
just wouldn't be your friend if I didn't say it entered my mind in Miami.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Sully. So any more comments on the colonnade before we move to the next area? Okay. Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. Did you?
I might have to come back.
Okay, go ahead. We can move to the next
Okay.
area. Thank you.
Well, you-
Parking equity, I'll summarize. Okay, MTA and Gateway.
46 looks like a good slide to start.
Yeah,
Do you want a little narrative here or?
I think the two things that were the key concern was the unpaid concourse so that you could get through from the Passerelle through and directly out to City Field. And then it was the number of and location of the ADA elevators.
that's right.
Mhm. I think so, because we didn't put the ones, I don't, because it showed the two that were attached to the integrated resort, but we didn't even put all of these, which were right down in the bottom. So there would have been more pink lines. And I think when you get into those three locations, so there's a third node of three elevators that deal with both getting up to the plaza, but also into the train station. to the MTA station. You want to go, I don't know if you want to go back to them.
Just on the.
Oh, yeah, here. So there'd be another,
see.
we should have put another bunch of pink arrows here.
Is there-
Because there's an elevator here.
And there's no opportunity in the center? Yeah.
No, because that's really mostly egress at that point, and the ingress is
Yeah.
here. And that was why we put it there. We really saw this center part as,
Oh, yeah.
right,
Right.
right.
I get it.
Okay. Next, you can go to the next section. Thank you. Let's do the northern surface slot. I think we can get through that quickly and then get to, yeah.
Right,
This was the one about the swale, right?
right, the
Or the
berm.
berm, not
yeah.
a swale. berm. Yeah. That's the question. Yeah.
So we'll go to the section
Hmm.
and you showed us the photo, which has a tree blocking.
Yeah,
Well, that's the hope.
well, it's
It's 5 feet,
Yeah.
right, James?
no, it's a collection of strategies, right? It's the landform, which you asked us to increase. We did. This is now the new berm that you didn't see before. In addition to the planting, which includes understory and a canopy. So it's a multitude of things, including broadleaf, evergreens and conifers, which will be here. So in the winter, we would continue to screen. I think we'd be very keen on blocking that.
Right.
50? Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. That's a valid critique. We can include the right conifer species here, so that the view is a bit more accurate in terms of screening views. Yeah,
Yes,
It's now how tall?
sure, that makes sense.
the berm, I don't know off the hand, but it's 5 feet, I think, more or less. It ranges in height from, depending on where we are. If you hit 49 for me.
That's a
This is,
8-foot sidewalk.
yeah. It's roughly 5 feet. In some areas it's 4 feet, but it's roughly in this area. But again, that's just the topography. You have the addition of the planting as well. And then we have a fence as well. That's a cube van, a box truck, single axle, yeah. I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, I would imagine they probably, but I mean, it's probably not that different from the height. I don't know what the height of that is. Yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah.
understand.
We're sensitive to that as well.
Hang on, we're at Northfield and Southfield. Was it part of that, Lori? Let's stick with, let's just start with Northfield and Southfield. I want to make sure we get the whole thing. Any comments, commissioners, on the changes in Northfield and Southfield? It's really mostly detailing, right? And the main thing here is the security booths. Yeah, and the,
That we decided one security.
No, there's 4. Yes.
In the public realm.
The one.
No, there's 4 existing that are all Yieldy. As you know, Yieldy is my favorite architectural language. And then we knocked one down. And when we rebuilt that one, we just rebuilt it in the same language so that it matched we're just rebuilding one.
And all the
Yes.
security booths have the kind of
Few more.
architectural expression of the city, of city.
I mean, I guess that, I don't even have to go there, but
Go there.
the rail.
Yes.
So
Like 70 something.
And they're all the same, so maybe. But, you know, do you really want them all to be exactly the same? And they just.
No. It's.
So just to go back on the security booth, these are the existing booths. This is actually an existing booth as well, but it's being, redesigned or relocated, and that's an existing booth as well. They're all matching city field architecture.
Yeah.
But back to the railing, which is up. Yeah, we're getting there. I think there's a cohesive
Yeah.
example. Dana, maybe you know it off by heart. Here we go. We're getting close.
No. I mean, no. I'll answer. No, no, it's not. Honestly, we kind of wanted the railings to not be a feature. We really wanted it to be background. Like, we didn't want to draw attention to the railing. So the idea was just to kind of pick a very minimalist, simple railing and, expand it in height when needed. You turn it into a gate when needed, keep it just as a parapet when needed. It was really about it receding into the design and not being a feature.
The program is, so it goes in different places.
Yes.
Sometimes it's just accidents here.
Yes.
sometimes it's something different. And, this is the question.
Lauren, like, sorry, it's not
Going to recede. It's gonna be there and it's black, but sometimes it's bronze and sometimes it's silver.
That's correct.
But
depending-
it's, so.
I think
I
it's
don't know.
always performing the same role, right? It's either a
Mm-hmm.
guardrail or
Yeah.
a handrail. The handrails, we definitely want to be stainless steel. We need this to be enduring. It's got to be well worn and all that.
And the baby's head everywhere problem.
Say that again.
The baby head problem everywhere.
Well, yeah,
it's
these will be designed to coat. And then in other cases, it's a guardrail, right, on an elevated edge or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the intent was that we're unifying that public edge together. It was certainly intentional.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't just,
It's a lot of.
yeah,
the
it,
same. And then you also have the same on the tall fence everywhere.
yes, so it does. It gets
everywhere.
taller at the tops.
Right.
It becomes a gate. It becomes a operable gate where there needs to be accessibility. It's security at the
Mhm.
base of the garages. So instead of having a concrete wall there, we thought it would be better to have a gate that you can look in and people would feel safe inside and outside the garage. I mean, that was intentional. It wasn't.
So Lori,
It's
if
the
I could,
campus. Yeah.
are you sort of suggesting like that they take a look or study whether the rail could be more varied depending on the intention for
It
it?
just seems like some places it could be studied. I'm not asking you to go do some kind of wild railing, statement in this whole project. But it's really just, it seems like there are some places where you've added this, it meets the parapet very awkwardly. So that's all. Like, does it have to be the same everywhere? That's just throwing it out there.
We'll
but
certainly take a look at it.
I don't.
Okay, let's,
So, then I wanted to ask about the brick from City
Yeah,
Field.
please.
8490.
so hang on, does that take us to the next area?
I don't know, maybe I missed.
What's
an
the
area.
next, we're done with.
That would
Board
be-
of
We're
Appeals
still in
South.
the garages.
Yeah.
I think we're okay
We're
with
okay I'm okay with
the garages and the fencing and details. Now we're, okay,
You've got-
we're
this
at the
is where you've got
garage.
Black painted steel everywhere.
It's at the
Entrance,
entries.
yeah.
So it's the security gate and the canopies. That's it.
Let's go to 56 to just remind people what the next area is. There we go. Okay.
And the bollards are black.
I think
Like
we're
yieldy
still
looking
working on
black.
where that lands. Some of them might need to be stainless, given that they're a little hard wearing, you know, these.
Yeah, they go.
There are existing ones
There's
around
existing
City
painted
Field, which are
green
painted
bullets.
dark
We need to-
green, ye olde ones. And so where it feels that you want to extend that consistency, that's what we're going to do. But in new places, we would
Yeah.
look at different ones.
Mhm. Okay, it was 84. and
Any
then-
comments about the garages, Lori? Okay, what's the next area? Okay, Southfield, great.
Again, it's still the consistent language.
And then next, hang on, 70. Okay,
I hope
Taste
I
of
got the right
Queens.
one. Is it 90?
so basically, we're in the area of the transition between the market and the garage. I take it there's no comments on the things we just passed from anyone. Okay, now I think you're,
They're 83.
yeah,
So this is where you start to bring in the brick. Is that brick?
Yes.
So you're bringing in the brick, you said from City Field. And then in 84, that's 84, right? So, I mean, what does that mean to bring in the brick from City Field? You just, like I mean,
That was a suggestion of the commission.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't me, but so I just was wondering, like, what is your response to that? Because it's not the same brick, you know, you're bringing it over to the different, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean,
dimension and scale and all that. So is it just the same color and then
we're trying to give it a little more detail, so it's not just a kind of severe brick wall. So there's a kind of sawtooth detail in there to give it a little bit more texture. I think the notion is that there is a kind of base or plinth to the building, which has parking behind it. We are berming up, we have ramps and we're berming up some of the landscape to it. We originally had it as concrete, and the suggestion from the commission was to honor City Field in some particular way, and this was the sort of most contemporary textured way that we thought we could do it with a sawtooth arrangement of the brick. If you go back to the other one from the front, like this one, you know, I mean, you can't see over here, but City Field is right here. So this notion of kind of, and here's your open plaza coming through from the subway. So this is really a kind of public realm. So the notion is from that point down on this side where it's closest to City Field, it has a relationship.
and do you see the light that I'm seeing through that? What am I seeing exactly?
You mean through here?
Yes, what is that?
That's because the brick, we're doing the bricks at a sawtooth.
but you
It's being
can't see
laid.
through it. It's just,
No, you can't
What
see
am I
through it.
seeing?
It's a garage behind there.
It's reflection or?
That's just the light hitting the sawtooth.
It's the light.
That's the light hitting the sawtooth.
Like,
Yeah, that's why we were trying to do something, so it just didn't feel
I
like a,
mean, I think it'll be great to see the brick
sure.
and to see a detail of the brick and what.
you know, what
bring
would
to
be
it.
helpful too, I think, I remember when that comment was made. I think it would be helpful to look at that view where you can see Taste of Queens and City Field together,
Sure.
just to see that. But I appreciate your responsiveness and, and also the desire to use that particular module in a contemporary way.
Yeah, and I mean, you
So-
guys are good designers. You've worked a lot in this. With these kinds of details. So just curious what you're planning on doing with it. That's all. It's like an open question
Of course.
of how you interpret that.
No problem. There's been a lot of discussion about red brick in the office, and we've been looking at a lot of details, including full foam cut mock-ups of how that would go together.
I mean, it's
We
another
have the same-
big contract of brick, so
Same.
it
same
might be
issue.
making brick or something. It's already bigger than that. Anyway, okay.
I want to observe that the progress that you made in the way that that structure works with the garage and the way that you see the garage from Roosevelt, both sides, is to me like massively improved.
And I forgot, before you switch, I forgot one thing is that also because you have the solar panels above, we actually then turned the screen for all the mechanical equipment black as well, so that
Oh,
you have a
Nice.
kind of cornice of the black going all the way
Great.
across. That was just one more.
And
step.
is the depth of that canopy, that light? Like
Yes.
streamline Madeira or whatever. it
Do you
is
want this
going
thing?
around? Is that depth responsive to the sun?
Yes.
Okay, that'd be great. That's great.
Okay, and I believe the last thing, unless you have any more comments.
It
that you
also,
wanna-
last thing,
that
if you go
depth
back to it, it also becomes,
There.
Yeah, it changes, and it also helps play with their outdoor terraces on there. So then you'll have some, if you go back one slide, I'm sorry, I know you're.
Because you can dine outdoors, right? Outside.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we figured out all the programming, what's up there, whether it's F&B or there's gonna be some, community spaces and rooms. First floor for sure.
Outdoor, the upper 2 floors, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but.
Outdoor dining on the first floor.
Yeah, this for sure.
Working out what's happening on the
We're
second.
trying to figure those out, but
I
each
see.
one has an outdoor terrace facing towards the
So we
park.
must
So
have a lot of depth in here
we do have a decent amount of depth.
for the trees.
Yes, yeah, it's designed as such, yeah.
Okay, so I believe that your last area is the public realm, is that right?
Yeah.
Can we, yeah, let's do that.
And those plants that are under that
Those
area, did you
plants,
talk
I
about those
mean,
plants?
Yeah, so that's
ones
something
in
we're
the
working
shade.
on in collaboration with MTA. It's right up against their columns. We're trying to keep it as impermeable and as softscape as much as possible. It's a hard environment, right? You've got Roosevelt Avenue, the bike
I mean,
lane,
do you think
sidewalk.
anything's gonna grow there? That's,
Yes, you can grow things.
Optimistic,
There
okay.
is limited sunlight that does hit here in the afternoon, so there is something. It's not a full sunlight area, but it is something we're toying with, whether this is a hardscape environment
Mhm.
from curb to building front, or if we can actually successfully introduce planting. If you go to the next slide here, slide
Who will have to
90,
maintain that, James?
the client of Queen's Future will be,
They will not, that's gonna be, not gonna be on parks to keep those things alive.
correct.
Right.
You can see how that shaded area stops here, and then this will all be out in the open with sun, with trees and things like that. So that it's continuing that corridor. It's not just in an island.
this is the brick.
It wraps all the way around the back. I guess you can kind of see it best here with the sort of sawtooth idea.
Can we look at Southfield again also? That plan, maybe the 113 or 112.
112 is the previous design, so
So
it's
let's look at 113.
obsolete. There you go. This is
Yeah.
the most current design.
Yeah, great.
I would note there's additional recreational program. The program was selected in collaboration with parks, as well as the community groups that we've been working with for the last 4 years or so. The program includes tennis, adult fitness, and sort of flexible warm up and cool down, a baseball field, pickleball courts. I think there's actually we're trying to squeeze in 4 here, not 2, and a soccer field.
So
Come again?
Crickets, Queens.
We worked through the program a lot, along with Anthony Sama Parks. This is where we landed. This is the program that responds best to the community here, as well as the burgeoning community that is growing on the east flank here.
So if I'm coming from Corona and I want to get to those, can you show me the
Yeah.
walk?
Yeah, so if you're coming from Corona, the easiest way is just to access it right from Roosevelt, and the points of entry along Roosevelt. There's also points of entry along the south side. And if you're coming from the new neighborhood, same deal. You just kind of work your way down Roosevelt into the park.
And who gets to park there?
The question is, who gets to park here? I think that's something,
I think that's probably a combination of people coming to use the park and meeting our commuter parking obligations.
meeting the commuter. Michael
Yeah,
Stelling
sorry.
will respond.
I'll start over. I think that lot will be a combination of park users and also meeting our commuter parking obligations, people that are parking, riding, coming and taking the subway to work.
That's going to be a very demanding area.
We have a lot more parking just the other side of the Passerelle in the Southfield garage, and so, we'll make sure we size it all accordingly.
Okay. So to my view, this is like now feels like a park. And so I appreciate your responsiveness to the community, and I didn't know there was such a thing as Equa Valley.
Oh, yeah.
But
There-
now,
yeah.
but now I do.
Come here on a weekend and you'll learn all
Right,
about
right.
it.
And the restroom.
Correct. Additional public
is
restroom
great.
in the central
So
part of the park.
necessary. So, okay, I think, Commissioner, before I summarize, and I won't get everything, but the staff will, any additional comments or questions? Yes.
I think we're working with your staff right now to schedule the meetings for that. So that's in progress and they'll come as separate packages moving forward.
Okay, great. And so I'm just to summarize, I'm going to start by saying that we Really appreciate the responsiveness and feel like this has come a long way in response to our comments. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And we know that going forward, the master plan will be separated into the different discrete scopes. To my knowledge, those are integrated resort, Northfield Garage, Southfield Garage, Taste of Queens, Public Realm Framework, and Campus Overlay. So 6 packages, which is, if you have a different
Signage
perspective.
is the only one. Did you say?
Oh, yes, it's part of the.
Oh, that was in 6. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
So that's
Yeah,
right. So
perfect.
we look forward to seeing
Yes.
those. With regard to comments about what we talked about today, I'm just going to cover like some sort of top level ones and then you'll get the rest from the team. In the daycare, we asked you to look at the column and you'll look at that next to the fenestration. In the East Colonnade, prominent mezzanine level, we were asking you to see if there's a way that folks can walk from one side to the other without walking through the casino, to study that. The north to south circulation. Meryl raised the question of sort of parking equity and what's the system. The rail, which is not our purview, but you should look at it. The railing, Lori raised the question of whether there's some way to diversify the railing to think about how it could be a little bit less prominent as throughout the site, which you're aware of. And then finally, we talked a little bit about whether there should be a plan B under the elevated, should the shade plans fail. But you're going to look at that palette. And then the rest of the more nuanced comments will be coming from you, from our report, but anything else? Okay, thank you very much. You spoke faster than anyone I've heard present to us in like months. We appreciate that. And we appreciate the progress you've made here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. We appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. I know you do.
Great to see you.
So,
Madam Chair.
see.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure.
Yeah, of course, pleasure. Good to see you too.
Test, test. Can you hear us? Test, test. Hello? Let's see if it works. All good? Okay.
This one doesn't get any.
All right.
Are we ready?
All right.
Yes, we can get. Can't you want to just say that's make sure that we.
Test, can you hear me from this one?
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. We are live and good to start.
Thank you, Chelsea. Now, the committee includes the conceptual review of the design of prototypical package locker and machine as a pilot for installation citywide. We will not hear public testimony or vote on. We will now.
I'll continue the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the design of prototypical package lockers, Locker NYC, as a pilot for installation citywide. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today per standard committee procedure. Nick, welcome.
Thank
Go
you,
right ahead.
Commissioners. Nice to see you all. Happy afternoon. My name is Nick Patnati. I'm Deputy Director of Urban Design here at DOT. I'm joined by Jack and Steve from our Freight Mobility team, as well as Nigel from GoLocker. And we're here today to talk about our Locker NYC pilot program. Jack is going to run through the presentation and we're happy to answer questions along the way. With that, I'll turn it over to Jack.
Thank you. So Jack Holmes, a freight planner in the Freight Mobility Unit, and I help oversee the Locker NYC pilot program. And this is a program that at its core really seeks to address some of the issues around last mile delivery that we have seen crop up in recent years, specifically those related to the increase in e-commerce. And two issues in particular that I think this pilot addresses are the amount of time that trucks spend on the road delivering individual packages, and the second one being the rate of failed first deliveries. So the amount of times that a package cannot be delivered and therefore has to be sent out on the road on a truck again, or sometimes just sits out and is at risk of being stolen. And so the goal with these package lockers is really to cut down on delivery times and truck dwell times at the curb, as well as to improve package safety and package security for people ordering packages online. The procurement process began in 2021. GoLocker was selected as the first vendor, and Quadient joined in October of last year. One thing I want to highlight is this is not the first time a package locker pilot program has been piloted in the United States. Seattle in 2018 piloted one and found that it was relatively successful in reducing dwell time at the curb and delivery times. Yeah. No, that's okay.
How does the Seattle experience, which is a very different experience than New York City, why would you study Seattle? I'm just curious why that's the right thing to study. I mean, before you go on,
Yeah.
make the case about the validity of studying Seattle, because
Well, actually, maybe Seattle is a helpful example
Yeah.
for us in the US, but there are also lots of examples internationally. I think Nigel's mentioned London
any
has
more large urban settings, London.
London.
yeah.
Other-
So it's not just the only one, it just happens to be a good one in the US.
Very deliberate in Europe and throughout Asia.
But it's the size of the city that I'm
Correct.
looking at. So London and the sidewalks and all that stuff.
Correct. So we always like to look towards London as, let's say, a sister city to New York City. Within London, there's over 8,000 parcel lockers throughout Greater London area.
Okay, I hope you don't mind my asking, but people get worked up about something and then they say, well, we tried it out in a small rural thing, and so I'm sorry.
No, great question.
I
It's a good
interrupted you and I took you off your presentation, sorry.
No, that's okay. And now's actually a good time to add that Go Locker is working with CUNY to develop a study on these lockers in New York City. So we will soon hopefully have data specific to a New York City context. But yeah, great question and something that comes up a lot when looking at this type of infrastructure. So the pilot was launched in April 2024, and as we've seen, it's worked elsewhere. That's why we're trying it here, and that's why we're seeking your preliminary and final approval for existing and future pilot locations. Oh yeah, you're gonna see him a little bit more. So yeah, launched in April 2024 officially. And I want to highlight the equity piece here. When we think about the neighborhoods that are most affected by increases in truck traffic, they tend to be neighborhoods that have historically been underserved. So we see this pilot program really as an investment in the qualities of life of these neighborhoods and as a way to mitigate some of the negative externalities that we have seen arise with the prevalence of e-commerce today. And the program has been really a success so far. We have over 3,000 users who have made, the numbers have changed a little bit since the presentation. There are now over 3,000 users who have made more than 22,000 reservations. That includes both package pickup from the lockers as well as package drop off to the lockers to have a package returned. And I think one of the reasons this has been so successful is because these lockers are carrier agnostic. So whether you're ordering a package from Amazon, FedEx, UPS, DHL, you can elect to have it delivered to one of these lockers to pick up whenever is your earliest convenience. So that's one thing that sets this apart from some of the Amazon lockers you may have seen. You can get any package or any package carrier to delivered to these lockers. And this is just a schematic of what that process looks like from the moment you order it to the moment you can pick it up at the locker. And some of the consolidation that happens in between. So instead of having one truck making individual stops down a block, you have one truck dropping off all of the packages at a central location. And then some data from the Seattle pilot I mentioned earlier, dwell times decreased by up to 33%, and total delivery times decreased by up to 78%. And when you think about it, someone delivering a package to the 5th floor of a building takes a lot more time than someone dropping a package off at a locker on the sidewalk. So that's really where these numbers come into play. And we're constantly evaluating user feedback on the pilot program. Maybe unsurprisingly, most people originally signed up to prevent package theft, but people are using this regularly. And I think one thing that is most interesting about this survey in particular is that many of the people who stopped using the pilot program cited the fact that there just wasn't a location convenient enough for them to use, right? So I think that speaks to kind of the desire for this infrastructure in certain neighborhoods. And if it's more readily available for people, they will take advantage of it. So this was the deployment status when we created this presentation. There are now 6 more active outdoor locations. I'll get into this a bit later, but as you can see, they're concentrated primarily in Brooklyn and Northwest Queens. There is a desire to expand it to other boroughs and within other boroughs. Bless you. But I'll get into that more a little bit later. So these are 2 lockers you may see on the street right now. This is one of Go Locker's newest models, and this is one of Quadient's models. And the locker systems are modular, so they can adapt to different spaces. They'll never be taller than 6.5 feet, and they'll never have more depth than 2 feet. They may be stacked side by side. Most of the systems most of the more recent systems that have been put out are 2 modules, so they can fit in tighter areas and don't take up as much space. The largest model I think that is out there is 4, but that's rare in the broader context of the network. Some more locations I want to highlight here. The system itself. Yep.
Just explain how it works.
Yeah, I can give like a brief overview. Not going to have more.
In 2 sentences, I buy something and I purchase one. How does it work? You purchase, what do you do?
When you're buying something online, you select to have it dropped off at a Go Locker location. Yes.
And how much does it cost to do that?
The pilot program is free.
I know, but how much will, I got that. But there's going to be a fee here to maintain, to this, to that. Are these in the experience in similar cities? How has it worked?
So. Because of this is a demonstration pilot, and we only have so many lockers out there, Go Locker is actually covering the cost for the pilot. So we are aggregating the items at our distribution center and we're delivering to the lockers. As it scales, delivery companies will be paying for access to these lockers. So the goal is never to put it on the backs of the consumers or residents of New York City. Delivery carriers and or delivery platforms will be paying for access to these lockers because we solve the problem really for them as much as we do for the residents of New York City.
Okay.
So it's currently free, correct?
It will continue to be free for consumers, but it's gonna be paid for because they're getting efficiency.
Because of
They
the,
don't have to go to the 5th floor. They can drop it off at this box.
that is 100% correct.
Instead
Commissioner.
of spending an hour on 3 packages, they're spending an hour on 200 packages.
Correct.
So you don't anticipate in the current
And the
moment,
revenue model sticks.
right?
Revenue
You,
model
you don't,
sticks.
it-
This thing.
Yes, it's a.
right, and we definitely need to talk about that, but for now,
It's important to me to understand how you're gonna use it.
exactly.
Now I understand it, go on.
Okay,
The,
great.
the question is, is that revenue model going to persist?
No.
There's no anticipation that,
That revenue model is not going to persist. This is a test.
right,
It's going to become a commodity. Some people will get.
that's not what they're
Some
saying.
people-
If, just to address that concern, as we look at what's going on in Europe and throughout Asia, the consumer never pays for this. The access for the delivery carriers, it's paramount. We are creating density and efficiency for them, and they're willing to pay for that space.
So the business model is that if I am Amazon or whoever, like Williams Sonoma or Crate and Barrel, I'm gonna pay something for the right to have my packages delivered to your thing.
I'll give you a real world example of this right now.
Okay,
So we are partnered with a company called Pudo. They manage returns for Zara, H&M. Consumers can, for Zara and H&M. So as part of the reverse logistics process, when you need to return something for Zara, all of the Go Locker locations show up on their platform. Consumers never have to pay for that. We pay the carrier.
so I
pay for
bring
that.
it to the thing, I put it in, it gets picked up, no charge to me.
No charge to you. But it's efficient for you, but it's very efficient for the delivery carriers and for the platforms.
In other words, the cost is going, so, but the point is that this is a necessity because the streets are being clogged for all the reasons, but you know. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, UPS, they're already paying for, they're just devil's advocate. UPS is already paying for UPS stores. It doesn't cost me more to get something shipped by UPS to get it shipped to the UPS store. It's actually 2 blocks from my house and they're not making the trip to my house those 2 blocks. So
I
they, I
understand
mean,
the
there's
efficiency.
backwards to it.
I get the
so.
efficiency for
Yeah.
them. I'm just talking about access here.
Yeah.
Right, and the whole thing.
Well, I think,
And where you're gonna put them and how many, I think you've got to do this because you have to try.
And I-
It sounds like a great idea.
It is scalable.
So my bigger question has to, not bigger question, my question has to do with the thing
great.
itself.
yeah.
And then it sits in public space and we have, that we have so little and so precious. in
Yeah,
the city. That's my big concern.
And
So let's
we have
say
the-
it's free. Let's say it's free. I'm still left with this thing
Mm.
that is taking away my space.
I mean, maybe you can talk to us. I'm sure your presentation has citing criteria. Is that right? Let's talk about that.
I want you to know, I think it's great.
Thank you.
I do. I think it's innovative and great.
Uh,
It's the future.
Yeah, so there is citing information on the citing criteria here. So more lockers you can find. All of the lockers are accessible for wheelchair users. The touch screens are available in multiple languages. The keypads on the lockers are ADA compliant. The lighting elements on the lockers are localized to the front of the locker themselves, primarily for enhanced visibility and safety at night. We have received no comments or complaints about light pollution from business owners or residents surrounding the lockers. And again, free to use. You don't need a smartphone to access the locker. It's just online when we check out.
And you go there and you do what do you do when you get there?
You say what?
So you'll, through the touch screen, you'll plug in your reservation number and the locker pops open and
And the locker pops open and you empty it.
No,
Just
no,
what I
we do
was
not.
thinking.
We
It has to be
we
through a platform?
we do not allow for peer-to-peer drop-offs.
Right.
Do you know what? Because I could be selling you drugs that way.
Correct.
Say a lot about yourself when you're off hours now.
Exactly.
Can't do that.
All this travel you're doing.
All right, he says you can't do that.
All right, you can't do that.
No public.
No, you cannot do that.
Okay.
And so right now, the lockers all have some variation of a light green wrap with the Locker NYC and DOT logos. We want to emphasize that these wraps were developed for the pilot and are thus, we are very amenable to any input and change on these wraps and, you know, right now, we have tried to, you know, really establish a unified visual language across both carriers and lockers themselves. And while advertising is allowed in minor areas, it is kept to a relative minimum to really amplify the sort of universality of the pilot. So this is the wrap that, you know, one of the first lockers to go in when the pilot program first launched. These are some of the newer Go Locker wraps. These are the 2 module units.
It's just a vinyl wrap. It's just the locker itself is a blank canvas. So what we do is we have vinyl wrapping around it.
Right.
And that can be changed at any moment.
But I do want to come back to this because we had another model that didn't scale and they came back to us and said, oh, we want these things to be the wrap to be able to be sold as advertising.
Right.
But what that did was change the look and feel across all of the objects.
We're
So
not
we
asking for
said
that.
No. So you're never going to ask us for that.
I'm not saying we never, but we're not asking for that.
I think if you did, we'd just say no, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Saying as a stipulation, we would ask. That you-
I think whoever that was, their business model was probably a little bit archaic. And there's different ways that you can monetize a solution without having to have an eyesore throughout our city.
Well, that's what we want to avoid.
Yes.
Because in terms of look and feel, so you have 2 vendors now. Would there be a third look and feel? Would you add other vendors
There
or
are
as
no-
you grow it? Or
There are no plans to add more vendors for the pilot program. Any potential permanent program that would be figured out if that were to be established.
So if you added other vendors, there are 5 different providers because you wanted to scale it rapidly. You make a design that could work across all 5 of those vendors.
Yes, we would figure that out if.
Okay.
If
I represent a vendor. So
permanent program was.
Yeah, he's a vendor.
I'm Go
Right.
Locker, yeah.
Ask if you would come in.
On the wraps, and then we can come back to the citing criteria. Okay.
Comment on.
Great, great.
Yeah, absolutely.
No question.
Okay. So these are the Quadient branding. As you can see, similar green wraps to help amplify the language. Again, this is pilot design subject to future change. So in terms of identifying potential sites, vendors are responsible. DOT's role in this Department of Transportation's role in this process is really to review the siting criteria to make sure that the lockers don't conflict with the pedestrian right of way and don't take up too much space on the sidewalk, especially when taking into consideration things like tree pits or street furniture, Link NYC, any type of infrastructure. But in terms of, you know, finding potential locations for these lockers, that is entirely up to the vendors as part of the pilot agreement. And siting those lockers really depends on a few different things. One, you have to have an appropriate density. So there has to obviously be, you know, enough people and enough buildings around to use the locker, and specifically people in buildings that, you know, might necessitate
a secure place for package delivery. But you also need enough sidewalk space. And so there are locations, that would maybe work for, a locker, but there aren't enough people around, and vice versa. And that's, one of the reasons why, this is a map of planned locations at the time of this presentation. That's one of the reasons why it's been a little more challenging to site these things in Manhattan, is because the streetscape doesn't allow for much. And, in Brooklyn and Northwest Queens, there is that appropriate mix of density and space. But again, we are hoping to extend this to all 5 boroughs. We have received, requests from community boards in the Bronx, South Bronx specifically, to install a locker. So this is all evolving. And this is the siting criteria. So primarily, as I mentioned, to make sure that the 8 feet minimum is maintained on the sidewalk. There is also, no public art displays, including murals, may be blocked by the locker. Street furniture, does not inhibit access. One thing I do want to highlight here that I believe was in the, that was brought up was that, the locker does not necessarily preclude installation of future infrastructure, and that would be assessed on a case-by-case basis to see what options are around there. And again, trying to avoid trip hazards, avoiding blocking windows, especially, of residents. Really trying to maintain that adequate pedestrian flow. Another thing I'll note, going back to where these lockers are primarily located, they're on corridors that, are not a global corridor. For example, where you have thousands and thousands of people walking by every day, they're on relatively lower traffic streets relative to New York City. And vendors are responsible for operating the lockers, handling any support services and questions that people may have. I believe, there's support services available in both English and Spanish right now, 24/7. And vendors are required to maintain the condition of the locker, ensure that any fallen leaves or snow or other debris remains clear of the location. And all of the data that we get from these lockers is completely anonymous and is available to the public. And this includes information like how many packages are delivered to a particular locker, how long a package remains within a locker, locational information, so where these lockers are located. And we have developed a workflow internally at the Department of Transportation to keep this updated as regularly as possible. And there's really interesting stuff in here. This is just a sidebar, but you look at the data and you see that the last time I crunched the numbers, like a month ago, it was most people are picking up packages between the hours of 6 and 9 p.m., indicative of them coming home from work. There's a package on their way home. They pick up the package that they weren't at home to receive that day. And yeah, so it's been successful. We think it will continue to be successful. And that's why we're here to hear everything you have to say. And happy to answer any and all questions. I know I moved through this pretty quickly, but trying to keep it tight. And yeah, thank you.
No, we kept interrupting.
I want to just clarify before comments. This says that you're requesting preliminary and final, but because we've never seen this before, I know that Shreyoshi and the rest of the team requested that this be presented at the conceptual phase. So I want to make clear that this is at conceptual, not preliminary and final.
Yes, sorry. Our ultimate goal is to get there.
Well, they're still urgent, I think.
But yes, conceptual.
Okay. I have just sort of a citing question, and then I'd like you to, or all of you to jump in. Did the city in its creation of this pilot program consider the many sort of like underused in spaces around the cities that are not in, the public right of way, like the empty bank branches that are in every corner, Dwayne Reed, Walgreens, like there's so many, though I know those are private spaces, but was there any exploration of whether we could better deploy the, empty store? Like there's so many places where we wouldn't be cluttering up the sidewalk.
So part of the installation process is that the locker needs to plug into an electrical system, which is why the willingness of the host to host the locker is necessary. So, Nigel can probably elaborate, but I would assume at these empty storefronts and things, there is not, an electrical service to plug into.
But to be clear, there are private sites, right? Like
Yeah,
this-
yeah, there are.
So that, part of that is that, yes, we are open to other locations, private locations. As part of this pilot, we wanted to obviously look as far and wide as we could. The vendors are responsible for identifying those sites and finding those partnerships. And so that has been part of it. Obviously, for your jurisdiction, we're focused on the pieces that are in.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, good to know.
And yeah, here, there are several lockers on housing co-op campuses. Specifically the Warbass houses in Coney Island and then the Trump Village.
On NYCHA property, you mean?
I don't believe they're NYCHA
Oh,
property.
they're like private
they're like
housing.
Project
built.
Llama.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah, and
Oh.
sorry, something I neglected to mention,
interesting.
since it is not as relevant as the outdoor lockers, but yeah, there are indoor locker locations. Those are obviously subject to business hours, so, you won't be able to get into the laundry, well, maybe the laundromat 24/7, but a grocery store, for example, you would not be able to access the locker during it.
Right,
outside of
right.
business.
Okay, thank you.
Could we look at the photographs, the examples of that one with 4 across, like yeah. So but I recognize the need for something like this. It contributes to a patchwork of potential solutions for this. It's not the solution. So if you have that information, like, if it's possible to see, like, where is this in relationship, say, to a post office, to like an Amazon.com private, like, locker, etc. CVS, whoever has, like, what are the other locker systems around? Because this won't be like the solution again. It's
Right.
like part of a patchwork.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're working on a preliminary pilot evaluation now. And so that will include maps and other things of that nature to identify where they are.
And then I just think, some of the graphic qualities here, I mean, you said already that this is a pilot, but I mean, if this is a permanent structure, just in terms of like the graphics, not the industrial design, but in terms of the graphics, I'd hope to see, like, a bit more structure and, organization around what it is. I think like the kind of taglines in the advertising, like this comment, never miss a delivery again, or pick up and return packages here. It's in the language of advertising. It's very like, in your face, sign up now, there's a lot of imperatives. I think it just needs to be recognizable. It needs to work like a bus stop or something like that, where it just says, this is a locker. You can pick up your packages here. If you want to sign up, go here. Yeah, so that's one comment. And then I think too, in terms of that, taking with the advertising, I think the vendor name or the vendor branding needs to be at a lower level of hierarchy. And, what should be higher is that this is like part of the, part of the city, like with the NYC logo or with DOT, whatever it is. I'm not sure that the locker program logo, what is it called? Locker NYC. I don't know if that's really necessary as like its own branded thing too. I mean, it could be, I think. I guess you have Link NYC, they're the city bike thing. So I guess that could be its name, but I just look at the logo a little bit more too. It looks like it was kind of made off the cuff. So I'd look at like the quality, like, part of it is dimensional, part of it is flat. There are 2 symbols in it. I think it can be just simplified a lot more. So that's the graphic aspect. So, but I think the thing that really gets me is that this looks like a private solution because of the nature of advertising and branding, and it should look more public and city oriented. And then in terms of the industrial design of the containers themselves, oh, and then for the Quadient, I think their branding, it's really too much, like a kind of like red strip, and it seems like an advertisement for another company. So that, I think that goes like too far in terms of like branding it with another company's name. But in terms of the industrial design, I like the modularity of it. And obviously you need like different sizes. Something about the lighting maybe seems a little bit inelegant. Obviously you need the lighting, but yeah, maybe if like the graphics were cleaned up a little bit more, it might look better. But there's something that looks a little bit, a little bit maybe too rough around the edges, or I'm not really sure if anyone else has any opinions on the design of it, but
Oh. Let me just ask a question, maybe more globally is I'm just super wary of cluttering the sidewalks in the city. So just want to be really careful about that in places where it's, I mean, you said all the things, of course, we're all concerned with. But the study that Manuel asked for about other locations would be really important. So CBS, they're open. Mine's open 24 hours. So there are there's this other infrastructure in the city we have. By the way, we have post offices, which are sad. Can you put them in the post office? Or are we just like not talking to them? I mean, these are the people who used to do this, but we have these huge spaces, and they're in every neighborhood in key locations. So I don't know where the US Post Office comes into all this. We just turn our back on them, or?
Well, you can get USPS delivered to one of these lockers, and
But why don't we use their facilities more?
So
I don't have to have it on the street.
Because
I have a big one on Canal Street, gigantic post office. They're gigantic, they're lovely buildings. A lot of times they're fantastic buildings. So,
there are multitudes of delivery carriers, different organizations that now. No, I said there's a multiple of delivery carriers and different postal type organizations that may not come under USPS purview. The majority of packages, and this is really what we're talking about more, is parcels, not necessarily mail. The USPS is their purview is for mail and parcels. A lot of these other companies, they do not go through the USPS network. So therefore, if you're shopping on a website or some sort of vendor that it has no contractual obligation with the USPS, those items will not get to a locker at the station.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that we can certainly look at as we look to broaden the use. Obviously, there are numerous complications with the federal government, right? Like, they're not city property, period, right? Like, they're federal property. We sometimes, look, I'll give you an example. The little relay boxes, the blue mailboxes that are out there, they're impossible for us to move.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it is a giant pain in the what. So I think it's definitely something that we can look at as part of a broader strategy. I don't think that would obviate the need to still look at, this kind of solution for other places. I think it helps to address some of the demand in a broad.
FedEx does pick up UPS's slack sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, again, I think it's a
They
great suggestion to
deliver
look at that.
UPS.
I mean, they're big buildings. Many cases, they have lots of extra space in the lobbies to, could potentially cite one of those. So.
Absolutely.
Each other. But I guess, so the question of the state, because it's federal and city.
It's
that's
a,
really
yeah, I mean, it's a
sad.
challenging jurisdictional piece. That's
sad.
not I mean, we will continue to pursue that, right? Like, I don't think we have any qualms as a city agency to try to go that route, but I don't want to hang our hat on that because it will be challenging.
I mean, as a piece of street furniture, I think this needs to be up there with like the bus stop station, like with the street furniture. This has to be on the level of like the bus stop design, the Link NYC design, the Walk NYC signs. And I don't think this is at that level. Yeah. I mean, there was the, what is it called? The parking area, trash cans. That was done. Yeah, that was done by a separate vendor, but, I feel like that was adjusted to become to this kind of like acceptable level of street furniture. And I feel like for this too, this needs like a few passes at kind of refinements, to look that it fits in the set of the other street furniture that we have. Because right now it looks like an advertisement, and it reminds me of like, storage for, those big giant storage buildings that are like purple and red. Yeah, and I think this needs to look like, it has to look like the post office to us for, New Yorkers. Like, this is again, I'm saying this over and over again, that this is going to be part of a patchwork because we don't have one system anymore.
Yeah.
Or 3 systems. We have like 50 or whatever. But I think this does have, in that, marketplace of different delivery, whatever, systems, it has to signal, that this is a public version of it in some way, without like giant advertising words, QR codes, et cetera, but just through the design. You know, it has to be like the blue, like whatever, the blue drop off terminal thing for the USPS. It's like, it's recognizable. Obviously, we've used that for a really long time and the recognition comes from that, but it just has to be that kind of clear, I think.
No, and I think that's really helpful for
Yeah.
us as
Yeah.
DOT, right? Again, this is very much in the pilot phase. I think we launched this trying to see whether this could work in a city like ours in the first place. And I think we're seeing that success, and that's why we wanted to bring it to you. Obviously, these lockers have been out there longer than a year, so we also wanted to bring it to you formally because of that. But I think there's definitely all of this feedback is stuff that we can take and fold into what a longer term iteration of this actually ends up being.
So who is designing these then, in light of that remark? Who's
So-
designing? Because in those other examples, the city hired an industrial designer. with
Yeah,
these.
so again, in the pilot program, it is the vendors that have come with their designs off the shelf as it stands, right?
And
I think we can take this feedback back in terms of what the permanent program is going to look like. And again, whether it's, you know, purely graphics, obviously we can talk about that. If there's additional industrial design that goes beyond that, we can talk about that. So again, I think this is a really helpful point in the process for us because we're not yet there, right? We're still going to evaluate this pilot. We're still going to see what this actually looks like. So this is, I think, something we can definitely.
One other note, because Manuel was talking about the lighting, the way it meets the ground, because you have like a little foot slopey and then you have little spaces and little feet and.
Yep.
I mean, you're gonna have, obviously you're trying to accommodate this funky world we live in. In some way or other. And, you know, so has to be a solution. The base has
Yeah,
to
the
have
skirt
a
that
number
goes
of
around.
bases
Mhm.
and what they are and, you know, we could get into it.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Do these? Sorry. Do these go out for public comment in neighborhoods? In other words, is it part of the conversation that you're having at community boards?
So yes, we send out letters of notification. A set amount of time prior, like once a, location has been identified and is reviewed to meet the siting criteria, we notify community boards and address any questions they may have.
But community boards are given the opportunity to opine about whether or not this is right for their community or not? Or you just inform them that this is coming to a street near you? I'm just curious what the process is,
Right.
because we spent a lot of time talking about precedent. I also want to say one other thing. The streetscape is changing dramatically and comprehensively. And that is appropriate as we move forward in a new modern iteration. My only thing is, when I came on this commission, we spent a whole lot of time about newspaper kiosks and what they should look like and what a street bench should look like and not. And now, to underscore what Manuel was saying, we are giving free license to a lot of different iterations. And so that too will set a precedent. Today it's package delivery, tomorrow it's something else. So I appreciate very much what you're doing because I think it's really important, but I really think there needs to be some overall plan here as to how to move forward and how this should look like, and also what public comment should be. I know when you put a bike rack in front of a building in Brooklyn, I know what the reaction is. And so I'm sure you're gonna have similar reactions here, and I would just be mindful of it, Nicholas, because as we know, you don't like to get in trouble too much.
I try to avoid it.
I have a perhaps the nerdiest question that's going to be asked today. I'm also chair of the Franchise and Concession Review Committee. Are these franchises, and if so, where are they in relation to the FCRC? Did I miss this before?
No.
And if not, why not? Is it because the city is operating these through vendors and isn't?
Can I give you the nerdy answer?
Yes, please.
So it's not yet a franchise. That is a potential option for a sort of a future program.
Yeah.
These are being piloted through the demonstration agreement process where the vendors are providing the equipment at no cost to the city.
Yeah.
That's limited to 4 years, which is why this, and that's at a maximum, right? Like the original term started out as a year. The success has grown. That's why we have extended that demonstration agreement.
So you can do a 4-year demonstration before you have to go through FCRC?
Yeah. So
Okay.
we did the same
I
thing
should know
actually
that.
for the curbside EV chargers, the level 2 chargers.
Yeah.
Flo and Con Ed. We're through a demonstration agreement. That's in a procurement process now that we briefed you on a couple of years ago. We'll be
Yeah.
back to you soon on that front, but it's the same structure.
Because that has some, I mean, it's a,
Yes, if we go.
it's
the
not a
finance
model
route, it will
of
be
transparency, but it does have opportunity for public input.
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so let's,
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So in terms of the percentage of the units that are in uptime, like how, like they get damaged. What, like anything in New York City, they get damaged. What percentage of them are up? In the time that you've had it up now for about a year, what percentage are in up? Or what percentage are down? Maybe that's easy. to
Yeah,
answer.
that's a very good answer. That's really,
Yeah.
that's a very easy answer to the question to answer. So right now, I believe we're at roughly 98% uptime.
Okay.
If a unit goes down, because we're in close proximity to them, we have an SLA that we like to get everything resolved within 24 hours, 48 hours tops.
And then I think you answered my second question, which is a follow-up about, like, it's a kind of loose, the pilot is gonna go all the way out to the 4 years? Because I was looking at the numbers, there are 3,000 users, but there are over 22,000 packages. Like, many people are using it quite a lot. Once they start using it, they use 7 times. It's like 7 times per person.
Yeah.
So you're gonna run the pilot all the way out to the 4 years, or the pilot is gonna be 2 years, and then you wanna go franchise board?
I mean, I think we want to take advantage of the demonstration agreement as long as we can, but if the final solution for what this looks like happens before that 4 years, then we'll start to move through that. Again, I think we've gotten some really good data. I don't want to misspeak, right? But I think we're already working on what the permanent version of this looks like. And it's, as with anything, standing that up in New York is going to take time.
Yeah. And to your point about users and reservations, I should point out that, there was a kind of growing period where the number of users and reservations was like reaching, a critical mass. And so that's really increased, relatively in the past, I'd say like 6 or 8 months, it's really ramped up. So it's not necessarily one-to-one, but just to your point about the reservations per user.
Right. But here as far as December, you have 7 times the number of reservations than users.
Right,
So that's
holiday season.
Yeah, for Christmas.
Yeah.
Right. But
Yeah.
Santa
Look at the
Claus.
data bi-weekly, and you can see during the holidays, there's spike in reservations, and then the next bi-weekly period drops down to, where it was before the holiday. So.
Okay, we need to,
Yes.
we have to do this super fast. There's a few comments. We are asked you to study citing capabilities, which you're doing. Post office and elsewhere. Generally, I would say, and you should tell me if I don't summarize you correctly, Manuel, but we're asking you to refine the design and make it consistent with the rest of the street furniture that's all over our city. And so, what that means, meaning it's recognizable as part of the system, to simplify the graphics.
To simplify the graphics so they don't look private. And finally, to make sure that when you cite them, there's an opportunity for public comment. And you'll get more. Did I miss anything, Manuel, from your? Okay, so you'll get the report obviously from the team, but we look forward to your next presentation, which could be then preliminary. Thank you very much.
Can I say one more thing? It'd be great to see like a precedent from like London.
Yes.
Up in London or Paris.
Excellent idea. Yeah.
Sure.
Or any of the the dense, really dense big cities.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you for
absolutely.
the suggestion.
This is an exciting program for our city. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you,
Would you
Commissioner.
mind repeating the conditions because the YouTube is a reference for our staff?
Sure. Okay. The conditions for return from preliminary are to study the citing possibilities so that we understand that the city has done everything it can to avoid citing these things as yet more street furniture, but because some will be street furniture, we're asking you to make them refined and look at the design to make it more consistent with existing street furniture and recognizable as part of that system, to simplify the graphics so they don't look like they're private. Each one's private and a sort of private advertisement. And then finally, to make sure that there's an opportunity for public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I move right on?
Yes.
Okay. So there's one more. You have to go. It's BBJ.
Testing, are we good to go? I just want to make sure, yeah, we're good to go now. Yes, go ahead.
We'll now continue the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the reconstruction of the Manhattan Detention Complex located at 125 White Street in Manhattan. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today per standard committee procedure. Welcome and begin.
Thank you for having us. I'm Ken Drucker. I'm the design partner from HOK. And this is Ahmed Christian, the design principal from our studio and the lead designer on the core and shell. And Autumn Visconti is our lead landscape architect and site plan. So we're going to talk for 15 or 20 minutes just to quickly review the project, and then we'll open up for questions. Is that okay?
Yes.
That's too long? I know you guys must be exhausted.
Typically, our limit is 10 minutes. but
Okay,
this-
we'll go 15.
Okay, that's
All
great.
right. All right, so we'll go very quickly.
Yeah, great.
So, we're delighted to be here, and this is an incredibly important project in terms of its civic prominence, and it's all about focusing on creating a building of dignity and respect for the users and for the staff and for the PICs both. As you know, the site is bounded by Center Street to the west, Baxter Street to the east, Walker Street to the north, and Hogan Place to the south. The existing facility was basically disassembled, and it's now a vacant site. Some of the existing views of the site. And for us, we see this as an opportunity to sort of knit the fabric of 4 different neighborhoods together: the Civic District to the south, Chinatown to the east, Tribeca to the west, and Little Italy to the north. And so we're being very careful to basically abide by the ULURP in terms of points of entry for the building, with the Chung Pak building to the south and the county criminal court, criminal court to the south and Chung Pak to the north. What's really important to us is the connection on the next slide of Columbus Park to Collect Pond, and using the White Street Pedestrian Arcade as a major public event that connects basically the east to the west and unites the 2 neighborhoods together. That passageway is now 50 feet wide and 55 feet tall, almost the width of a New York City street.
So we've had 2 community workshops and 1 community board a meeting. We've met with them and discussed the concerns of the community multiple times. Most, if not all, concerns that Community Board 1 has raised have been discussed with them multiple times. We also intend to go back to the community 2 times post conceptual submission, and at least 2 times more to the Community Board 1, which will give us additional time to engage with them and respond to their concerns. The next time we're meeting with them is going to be in March, so it's coming up fairly soon. We've actually undertaken a fairly rigorous process of engagement with the community and community board. We have, of course, live Q&A sessions at the workshops. We also have an online feedback period where the community provides online comments to us. All comments are documented. We also provide written responses to every comment and every concern that the community has raised. We've taken those comments and analyzed them through data-driven analysis to identify the key takeaways from the community, implemented those to the design, and then gone back to the community again to illustrate how their comments are shaping the design. Jumping into the design itself. The project itself, this is a stacking section for it. Below grade, we have the parking, staff support. Above grade in the podium is the building support program, including administration, health services, and then level 6 upwards are the various different housing levels, with mechanical predominantly at the top of the building as per ULURP. The public lobby and staff lobby are located off of Center Street, providing the main entrances to the facility, and they form a part of the family of entrances of civic buildings on Center Street, reinforcing the civic corridor on Center Street itself. As Ken said, the White Street Arcade is a very strong neighborhood connector from east to west. It's activated by retail and community spaces, to increase its engagement, and community and retail spaces line Baxter Street as well.
The public lobby itself is meant to reduce the stress for family members in the community for arriving into the building. So it's a warm palette of materials. You come off of Center Street into a slightly elevated lobby with visitation up to the 4th floor at the rear of the space. The space is basically organized so that there are different age groups and different seating areas with connectivity, so that while people are waiting to be called upstairs, they've got an opportunity to both experience the civic realm in terms of the daylight coming in from the street, and then a more intimate setting as you're moving eastward through the site. The building is organized in 4 quadrants, essentially, around day rooms and cells that are around the perimeter of the building. There are 1,040 cells, and the amount of linear feet of exterior wall that's required to support those cells takes up basically the perimeter of these 4 quadrants. The blue area represents most of the support for those day rooms, and then the green areas represent the outdoor recreation areas. It's very important that for each day room, the PICs have access to naturally ventilated, naturally lit spaces. So you can see a typical day room where we've borrowed the daylight, we've harvested that daylight from the rec area to go deep within the space. We're looking for opportunities to integrate art at portions of the wall you can see on the upper left, and using a warm palette of materials. And then here at the therapeutic level, which is level 7, we've got 1-story units, essentially also borrowing daylight from the rec areas beyond. So the form of the building allows for us to basically pinch the area over the White Street passageway and provide for natural daylight and ventilation in the secure environment, so that most of the occupants have access to these outdoor areas during the course of the day.
So the massing of the building is entirely within the ULURP envelope that was approved in 2019, and that is about 17 feet lower than the top of the courthouse itself. We are working again to carve that envelope further. We have a significant amount of program to fit within the site. But we are working to break the scale down of the massing. In the first instance, we widen the White Street Arcade from 35 feet to 50 feet, registered that vertically up through the building, breaking the building down into a north and a south wing. A similar strategy and a cut on the north-south axis breaks it down into 4 quadrants that we can then step in terms of its height down to the lower context of the neighborhood. And in terms of being responsive to the context of the neighborhood, the White Street Passage, the width of it helps to knit it into the fabric of New York City. It reducing the massing overhead brings daylight down to the street level. The vertical articulation of the massing continues the civic rhythm set up by the courthouse. And at the podium, the horizontal datum reflects the height of the building across the street. It also pulls in the horizontal datum of the courthouse and registers that as well. So we've done a fair bit of contextual analysis, looking at the civic district, understanding the volumetric massing of the civic district being expressed as vertical forms, as signifying the sense of permanence and dignity of civic buildings, the vertical articulation of the windows that are banded in the courthouse, for example, or the vertical articulation of the courthouse of the columns in the Supreme Court or City Hall, and the materiality, of course, from those. We've also studied the neighborhood character of Chinatown, Little Italy, understanding the width of the buildings and therefore the rhythm at which they occur, the rhythm of the fenestration, the sizing of it, the textural and 3-dimensional aspect of those, and then the signage and ground floor vibrancy of these materials. In the first instance, we start to translate the materiality of both the civic into a lighter color material. So we brought some, we're still in the process of working through it. We've been to the site, we've narrowed down palettes that start to match the materiality of the civic buildings on site, which is a lighter color gray. Alternatively, there's also the warm color that matches the bricks of Chinatown, which is both terracotta and the metal there. So there it is. Sure. So this is predominantly a civic facility, and its identity wants to be part of the civic district. So everything that we're indicating in blue in this diagram is what is intended to reflect the civic district. And that's where the lighter color material is being utilized. So it's essentially the 4 four quadrants of the tower itself. White Street being such a strong neighborhood connector, we've identified that as part of the neighborhood materiality, and we're using the warm color metal in there. And then on the lower part of the podium, which is really what impacts the street scale experience, is again the warm brick material, and that's where the terracotta comes into, is being utilized. So our approach is of course contextual, both for civic and neighborhood, but also focused on performance design for the building as well. So we analyzed it for solar radiation, for daylight access, glare risk. You can see different orientations have very, very, very different aspects and very different conditions there. So we've created an exterior design approach that has a kit of parts that can have a wide aperture in portions of the building that have little or less daylight access, or it can have, so that's on the left-hand side, or on the right-hand side, places in the building, particularly the top of the building. That's the terracotta that we're considering for the podium of the civic center. It's these. Well, I'll actually, all of them. And I will just illustrate how. The civic podium, down on the podium, the base. So. This, yes. So I'll just explain how the
colors
kit
are different in the diagram, and these helps. Just trying to keep it straight.
the blue is white and the yellow
Blue
is
white and the
yellow
yellow
is
is
brown.
red.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
We will change that. That's a good point. But this is the armature, right? So this is the kit of part that gets applied across across most of the building, and it will adapt to different situations. So in this, what I want to illustrate in the first instance is its performative adaptation. So in areas of low daylight, that aperture in the front, for equity, every cell gets the same window. But if a window is placed on the south side, we're getting very little daylight versus on the east or the west side, it's a very different experience, right? By widening that aperture in the front, we actually make a difference. We actually bring in daylight on the south. Or if it is at the top on the east or the west, where you can see that is getting beat up by the sun significantly. So we bring that out, we reduce the aperture matches the window outside, and we shade the unit. So by doing that, so here we're showing you where so it provides a lot more shade at the top, opening up at the base of the building where there's less daylight. Even on the east and west, the daylight varies over the height of the building. Significantly reduced heat gain across the building. And like I said, we're actually getting daylight into places that this is the worst case scenario that did not get daylight in before. So we're improving both of those quite significantly. So in terms of, we take that system, and this is a typical tower plan. The expression of that system is 7.5 feet, and that expresses the module of the cell within. And that's the expression of the human scale on the facility, on the exterior of the facility. The height here is a 2-story height that expresses that vertical civic rhythm that we saw in the older in the civic district buildings, and we'll look at some renderings a little bit later. But really, 50. So here we're looking at the shaded scenario where the exterior vision matches the window inside. Here's a view from the cell and the interior window that balances the idea of privacy, daylight, and views. It's frosted up to 6 feet. That gives the people in custody and the neighborhood privacy visual, and then focuses views for people in custody to the sky. When we come to other spaces, other program spaces, we can actually enlarge the windows, sometimes in width, sometimes in height, depending on what the program is. In the gym, we can actually get floor to ceiling windows. Here, we're showing much larger window. The system can adapt now to accommodate that larger window for the program within. Here, we're also showing you the same system where the metal panel has been swapped for the warm terracotta. So it's exactly the same system that we're using everywhere, which we're changing it for performance and we're changing it for materiality to connect to the context. So a view from Collect Pond. I wanted to highlight the similarity in the vertical articulation of the volume between the courthouse and the proposed facility, and then the vertical two-story articulation of the opaque and the vision glazing that also has learned from the courthouse itself. Views along Canal Street and White Street Passage illustrating the 4 separate quadrants and the breaking down in scale of the building itself. A view from Center Street, a closer view from Center Street illustrating the building entrance, which is transparent, allows all of the daylight that we saw in the lobby, and then a view on the right-hand side looking down a very generous White Street arcade, which we have updated in response to community comments. They wanted to include a lot more of the warm material. So this is a big update since what you probably saw last time. Included the portals that create a clear sense of retail branding, identity, wayfinding. For those retail, the community component, a view again down White Street Arcade, really thinking about this as a New York City street. A view on Baxter Street, placing all of the community and retail space along Baxter Street, supporting the active, vibrant streets of Chinatown. And then a view along Baxter Street where we wanted to talk about the undulating facade, its rhythm, its textures, materiality, reflecting the materiality on the other side of Baxter Street. A view from Columbus Park, and then a street level of Columbus Park. Again, this is a response in listening to Landmarks Preservation and the community where they wanted to fold the warm material around to give that a little bit more solidity, including incorporating the warm material on the Sallyport gates in here. This design of the Sallyport gates tying in horizontal datums from the courthouse and the new proposed facility. So we're just gonna.
And audio is good. So, okay. Returning back to the context of Chinatown and the Civic District, we envision the public realm as a connected landscape, specifically bridging the relationship between 2 parks, Columbus Park and Collect Pond Park. This is achieved by really enhancing overall walkability through and around the site, maintaining and promoting site security and safety, as well as breaking down the human scale in relation to the building. We see this as a cohesive landscape from one side to the other, and this is informed by the amount of available sunlight that's hitting the arcade. Again, this is in response to the building massing as well as seasonal degrees of sun availability, which we'll go over in a little bit. The relationship of the arcade to the adjacent neighborhoods. And this is all taking into consideration the amount of, or the anticipated pedestrian flows from one side to the other. So we are envisioning a green spine down the center of the arcade that's using planting and seeding to frame potential programmatic spaces that we've heard a lot from the community as part of a request. It's the space right below the building from one side to the other. Yeah, so the building is bridging over it. Yeah, yeah. So in doing this, it's kind of like a reverse street where we have the planting down the middle, and we're encouraging pedestrian flows to help activate the future storefront edges. Yes. Mm-hmm. Zooming a little bit further into the arcade, we're breaking down the kind of scale of the arcade with this notion of rooms. These were informed by the proximity to both the Civic District and Chinatown, and taking input from the community and really defining different programmatic elements in the arcade. Closer to Baxter Street, we envision this as a park-like setting with spaces that are tailored for potential informal performances, game table installation. We see the center as a opportunity for small events or the integration of a future art piece. And we also see spaces, again, framed by landscape towards Center Street to really encourage small meeting rooms or informal kind of socialization areas where one would meet someone to enter the facility. We've also heard from the community of really centralizing seating inwards towards this kind of green spine to help encourage walkability along the sides of the arcade. This is also to help prolong, deter prolonged loitering in the arcade. Hit next. It crashed.
Appears to be working. Testing, testing. Can you hear me out there?
Good timing until now.
Yes, now they can hear
They
us.
can hear
Okay,
us.
great. If we could just back up like one slide.
Sure.
Thanks.
Oh, that's me. Okay. Again, this is just a slide highlighting the relationship of the arcade to the adjacent neighborhoods and how we're beginning to define programmatic spaces within the center of the arcade that's framed by planting and seating. This is in response to working with the community members and really thinking about program and flexible use zones within the arcade that people can engage with. We've done an annual sun study amongst a number of solar and daylight studies to better understand where we need to exactly position the planters that will inform our planting palette, as well as the future integration of artwork within the central arcade. This is a conceptual review of the planting palette. It's only the start of something that's going to be much more robust, but we're really looking at a robust species that can tolerate sun, or shade, salt, and low sun environments. Relating back to the notion of re-emphasizing the human scale as it does with the building podium, we selected materials that can withstand everyday urban wear and tear, but also thinking about pavers and materiality of tones and textures to really think about softening these different furnishings and fixtures and really creating more of this kind of human scale element in design. So this is an overall site plan of the arcade as it relates to the two streetscapes. Here we're using landscape to really break down the scale of the public realm, especially around the facility's main entrance, which is right on Center Street here. And then using landscape to wrap around the building and draw pedestrians in through the arcade, greeted with as many street trees as possible to promote this transition into a park-like setting along Baxter Street. This facility requires a robust amount of security design elements. We're working with two streetscape furnishing ideas of bollards and seat walls that double as protective barriers and embedding those into curbside planting to really create this immersive environment and really make the surrounding streetscape feel like it's nested within the proposed street trees, planting, et cetera. So we're really trying to hide these security elements as much as possible. This is the anticipated pedestrian flows, again, through the arcade coming off of Center Street and Baxter Street in relationship to the surrounding vehicular flows of the site. Again, Center Street moving north one direction with access to the Sally Port on the kind of lower portion of the site, and then access to the garage at the northern portion of the site, so page left. On Baxter Street, it is also one direction in really looking at how the vehicular flows intersect with the Sallyport exit as we are greeted with Columbus Park to the upper right. This is just a zoom in plan for discussion. This is the entrance of the facility, again, using landscape terraces to really break down the scale of the entrance to the facility and really framing where certain entrances are. For example, the staff entrance is on the far north side of the site, while the main entrance is on the furthest south with an exit on the southern part of that, sorry. So just a quick tour through the public realm. This is a view looking towards the arcade from Center Street. Walking down Center Street, adjacent to the main entrance of the facility to your left. So you can see the security design elements are integrated into the planters. An aerial view of the arcade itself, again, using seating as the central spine and really turning social interaction inward in between the planters. And looking back towards Baxter Street. This is the tail end of the arcade as it meets Baxter Street. So really having the space for informal performances and social gatherings. And then we have a much smaller scale streetscape design for Baxter Street adjacent to the community center. I'm going to hand it back to Aman to talk about art integration.
So we wanted to share a little update on where we are with our design studies with the art conservation work. So we have a art conservation consultant on board. We are also engaged with the artist and we're working with them as well. We expect at the next community workshop to be sharing the art conservation studies with the community, getting their feedback in and hoping to come to you in the preliminary submission for the facility with more details of the artwork. In tandem, we're going to be submitting the conceptual for the artwork at the same time. So there'll be a lot more detail. Essentially, there are
Just to be clear, you're saying that in the next submission, when you submit preliminary, you'll be submitting the artwork at conceptual. Is that
Correct.
right?
That's
Okay,
right.
got it.
And it will also have community input at that time. We just need time to be able to get that. So there are 7 pieces of art by Richard Haas, Keaton Snyder, and Renee Chomblon that were part of the existing detention center and have now been preserved. Our approach to those artworks are to place them in the most publicly accessible area, so they are connected to the community. They are located along White Street Arcade, Baxter Center, the main lobby of the facility, and then the visiting space of the facility itself. Our approach to the overall project is to have an integrated approach where artwork, landscape, programming, exterior design all comes together to create a cohesive facility that's grounded in ideas of dignity and respect. We would like to open questions and discussion there.
Okay.
Oops.
Do you want to start?
Hi. The question about the artwork, you said some of it would be, I don't know if it's the Haas or some of the other artists would be on the arcade.
Yes.
How, I know it's,
Okay.
we'll see it later, but do you mean against the wall or it's like medallions or?
I can just verbally share what we're thinking about. I'm sorry, we'll actually have to go back to. It was
Just before the appendix.
55 or something of that sort.
No. Okay. I don't want to,
So let me try to describe it. So Kitty Snyder has a paving, there was a paving design that was asphalt pavers in the White Street Arcade in the, well, it wasn't the arcade then, it was the street. It was which we're expecting to replicate at a.
I'm sorry.
I'm
We're at the tail end of a long day. We need a plan.
Yes.
Let's look at a plan of the arcade and then we can point two of the things are good. I know. Are you able to pull up? Even the sun.
if this isn't.
No,
before
it's
us now-
no, if we could just go to the detention. Keep going up.
You could show me.
All right,
Or,
yeah,
yeah,
64.
well,
You're
it's a little
64.
hard. I don't know if they can.
Or, or 63, actually. If you can go to 63.
There we go. That's.
Okay,
fine.
yeah, this is great. This is fine.
Excellent.
Let's just stay here.
Great.
So, all right, so Kiki Snyder had a paving art piece. That's where we're expecting to incorporate the paving art piece. Richard Haas had the judgments of Pao Kung and Solomon.
Yeah.
There were there are four pieces.
Yeah.
No,
Wait.
square. They were,
Oh, those are the.
and they were on the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They used to be sort of the bridge that went across here. They were on either side of it. So we've been working with Richard Haas. Those are going to be located in the planters on Baxter Street.
How do you mean?
Located on pylons, sandwiched on each side of the pylon.
So like flat, like
Flat vertically down at a pylon level.
with space.
So
Yeah.
one facing out towards Baxter, one facing towards center within a frame. And then the side of the frame has explanation and some.
Coming up from the ground, basically? or
Yeah,
from-
yeah, it's going to be raised, starts about 2 feet and then it's, I think, about 6 feet tall. Yeah, so with planter so that as a planter, which predominantly has low-lying ground cover. And then within that, the framed art piece that incorporates the 2 panels in that planter, 2 panels in that one.
Will you be sharing that sighting with the artist?
We have,
You
we're
have,
continuing to work with them. We have to go back to the community and share it with the community. That's our next step.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
we've talked to the artist about, multiple potential locations there. There were the Kitty Snyder, the columns of wisdom. We're expecting to locate them around Center Street. Essentially, they talk to ideas of justice and the fact that Center Street is our civic corridor. Also makes a nice connection to the courthouse and the experience along Center Street to the courthouse itself. The Richard Haas immigration panels that they used to be up in here on level 2. We're incorporating them against the facade along Baxter Street so that it prevents, it's a art piece that again talks to the community, but also we have our building operations functions in here. And in that facade, it provides a point of interest for people coming from Columbus Park or crossing to Columbus Park itself.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I think the strategy about the elevations, the window and the light and all that is really interesting. I really appreciate that study, which is so specific. You know, I imagine, I assume it works because you've studied it before with that data. And I guess I just had one question about that. I think it's just that we're in a dark room right now and we have these colors, these terracotta pieces that are, they appear so dark in here. So I have no way of, you know, I mean, I'm, you know, relying on you guys here, but it just looks dark. So I'm, yeah, so it's really hard to comment. That's all. And I know it's when you render something that's like some other world idea.
Yeah, I think we've looked at a lot of different reds that relate to the color of Chinatown, and obviously all the brick is different. It's a huge broad, yes. Yes, but this is actually a very rich, when the daylight hits this, it's very rich in color.
I'll just, when it's nice, I'll look at it.
Yeah, we also, I don't want to send the system completely crazy, but we did.
You took it up the middle too, right? The red.
Yeah, so the red in the middle is the metal.
Because you said
Yeah.
oh, that's that.
That's
Because it
that.
looks
So
like
the
flat
middle is
when it's
that,
flat.
so,
It's
and
good
it
to
has,
Put it like vertically or something, and it looks.
Maybe in
really
front of the
and
light.
it has a lot of richness. It changes quite significantly. Yes.
Put it in the front of the screen for
Yeah.
a second.
Sorry,
because
I'm
I
gonna
think you'll
try,
see the
continue trying to
reflection
get
off
that.
this.
So when you put that vertically, what does that look like with it? Can you just- Right,
So-
that's like a really bright light, but can we put that next to it?
Yep.
Are they,
Terracotta only goes up to what floor? Like what level?
yeah.
If you could show.
About 5 floors.
Ah.
Actually, I'm kind of in the,
Terracotta top, is that?
Yes.
yes, yes.
It's all horizontal.
So there's the terracotta here,
Oh, it's all in there.
There,
Okay.
and all in there.
I see.
Yeah, and then the metal is here.
But you have the two colors of terracotta, what is that? all about?
Oh, we're still testing
You're
between them.
testing,
Yeah,
okay.
that's sort of our range at this point.
Okay,
So the reddish terracotta is on the Chinatown side.
right,
The beige terracotta, the scale changes,
right.
and it's on the civic side.
But look, am I wrong that
photo.
there's some kind of red on the Center Street side, or am I, did I? No, the terracotta.
Only at the entrance to the.
Right, but it
pedestrian
shoots
area.
all the way up, doesn't it?
That's the metal screen on the rec areas. So these are the rec areas.
Where's the elevation? Okay, there's that, the elevation of Center Street. Or just
Okay, I can
Center
come
Street
back to that,
beside
but I
it.
do want to answer your question about
Okay.
the colors.
Mhm.
So we started off in the first instance with a much lighter color. And I think it was the second workshop that we engaged with the community with that color. They thought it was moving in the right direction, but it didn't reflect Chinatown to them. We went back, and you're absolutely right. Chinatown has anywhere between golden yellow bricks to super dark bricks. But again, so you can see this is just a sample of a whole bunch of different brick colors that were matching a whole set of reds too. And so that's sort of what started to narrow us down into the territory we're currently in. And we went back to the community with these colors, and
Is this what they said?
so that's the community board. but it-
Possibly we should put some detail in this study. When was that given? Executive summary, this community board. one.
So we made 2 public presentations with about 250 people.
Yeah.
The third was the community board, a smaller group that
I mean, I know
I
they have
believe,
their own
right.
architectural, this group is really on you.
Yes, they are.
I know. So I'm just, not that I know any of the people.
Right.
I know their focus.
Yeah, so when we went back to the community, there was a positive response. In the first light
Larger.
colors they felt was, they were more Scandinavian or more contemporary, whereas these colors of brown, red.
Yeah. As long as
It's one thing, the community board is where the decisions are made. What was their reaction?
So the community board is very appreciative. I think they've said that in one of their comments.
And they
They're
have
appreciative of the
I've dealt with that community board before, and they're very competent and thoughtful
Yeah,
and
exactly. Yeah, they're-
very representative of their community. So in summary, what was their reaction?
I think they appreciate it. I think they've also said that in their notes, that
What
they
makes you
appreciate
think
the
their
street level
reaction-
experience.
One
No, I
second.
was just.
What makes you
it's
think their
just they
reaction is
said
different?
Some detailing feels heavy and overdone, so I didn't know. Which. I'm on page. This is on right at the very top.
So their biggest concern was the bulk and height of the building.
Bubble
Yeah.
two, bubble two. Is that, what is that? Is that? That's them, some, yeah, there's summarized.
Bubble has to do with the community board. No.
Yeah, no.
Second is
Okay.
our team.
Yes, yeah, the community
Yeah,
board
okay, so,
is not.
where I'm trying to go with this. So they have, so the community board did have a question, which I thought was really very valid. And it seems like every community would have this question because it was part of the document, whatever it's called, that was created for all of these community-based jails about desires and wishes and constraints and what have you, which was about, will this ever be anything else?
Oh, yes, what we're
Right,
at,
so
yes.
I thought, wow, that's a very hopeful.
So the building is
Yeah.
designed,
So that's why I was asking about.
yes.
Please, he's our DDC communications
Yes,
person, and
yeah.
he'd be the
Okay,
best
'cause
person
I
to
just
answer
wanted
that.
to get that, I thought that was a really valid point, I was just wondering where that was going. I mean, you guys happened to be asked that, I didn't hear that at any of the other ones, and I'm sorry I didn't, but. So-
Yeah, we're gonna let Jeff
So
talk to
was
that.
The thing you read, before you started.
Yes,
Right?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. It's in the points of agreement.
Good.
Yeah, no, I saw it, and
So I need to go to
really,
that
I think
page.
if Jeff wants to address that, that would be great.
Okay, that'd be great.
Just stating for the group that the question is regarding when we get to the point in our culture, and hopefully that would be very soon, when we don't have the need for this kind of massive incarceration, what will become of this beautiful building that you're designing? That's what the question is.
We have a different idea about it.
Right, and and Jeff's gonna answer that for us, whether you're prepared for that or not, right? Is that right? Okay, okay.
Sure. Oh.
Are you,
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeff Margolis. I am the Associate Commissioner for External Affairs at DDC. Thank you for the opportunity to share information on that question. So we did respond prior to that letter that you're looking at from the community board. We did respond separately to the community board and to the elected officials about that point of agreement. And I'll let the HOK team go into a little more detail, but the general premise is the way that the cells are being installed is that they're coming intact. So they're being taken from a truck and placed inside the facility. So the idea is that in the future, if the city were to decide that this facility was no longer going to be used as a jail, they could be dismantled much easier than if we were building the cells in place. And that is the general premise of what we responded to the community board regarding that question.
The cells are prefab.
how interesting.
So they get.
Cool.
put in
They're
the-
modular. So as Jeff said, basically the cells, and we're installing them in Brooklyn right now, they'll be put into an elevator and they're put onto the floor and then they're pushed up against the curtain wall. And if the use of the building changes, they can reverse that process. They can remove the cells. And so everything in the tower above the podium is prefab, a modular construction that can be removed.
Right. The cells would be, but I didn't, but the thing this is probably too much in the weeds, but the wall to window ratio. Yikes. But we're
We have
essentially-
an energy efficient wall to window ratio. If you look at modern buildings today, they're about 40% glazed and 60% solid, and we're adhering to that. We're actually a little less. But the flexibility when the cells are removed allows for us to basically reprogram all the upper floors. Concrete block is used in the podium down for the most part. In all the therapeutic levels, the health units, input of PICs, staff areas, staff locker rooms, that's all concrete block. But up above, it can be a different use.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure, Lori, that you I know you have to leave, and hopefully we can bring this to a close. You have any last comments?
I mean, I think you guys are doing a really special and heroic job here on this project, with the materials you're bringing, the care you're bringing, and the thought, to the very project. And I really commend you for it. And I think, you can go look at the color and the light, but
trust all these studies. So I wanted to thank you for what you do. I don't have any specific other
Okay,
comments.
Meryl? Okay. Okay, so I want to summarize by saying that I agree with Lori that I think this is a very successful structure, both in terms of its context and in terms of its use. I think you've made like beautiful progress on the cladding, and I encourage you to just continue your studies there, but it's very elegant. The massing is elegant, the materials are elegant. The landscape has come quite a long way, I think. And so, and when you come back to us, and I want to also say about the landscape that we really appreciate the sun studies. We're very we see that you've adjusted where plantings go, and that's great. So that's, gives me comfort that they'll actually survive. So that's great. What we'd like to see in an amended preliminary is a coordinated proposal. Right now, we're still seeing a kind of disjunction between that White Street passageway and the installation of the art, although it's come a long way. So I know that you are intending to submit preliminary and conceptual. I think what I'm going to propose, and you should tell me, Shirley, if this is appropriate. If you can give us an amended, it's not an amended preliminary, it's conceptual. Yeah. If you can give us an interim submission that shows the kind of integration of the art, how it will be installed with the landscape, then I think it would be great to bring that all forward with your preliminary, so you don't have preliminary be at two different stages, if you know what I mean. So then if you give us an interim submission, just addressing the art installation and the landscape and how they work together, then I think when you come back for preliminary, it can be all one thing, which would be better, and I think probably less work and more efficient for everyone. Does that seem possible to you and your team?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. We are also hoping to submit our preliminary and final for foundations in the next cycle in February. That is critical to the schedule of the project. The foundations and landscape are not necessarily connected because they're really support for excavation. If we can continue our schedule for our foundation preliminary and final submission, we're absolutely happy to do and additional package for the artwork and landscape.
Okay, so that would be like an amended conceptual. What you would, and then
For the artwork, yes,
For
and
the
it's okay for the foundation as you
Go
wish, but we should connect
simultaneous.
offline after the
Okay, we
meeting
can, okay, great.
on underground aspects.
Yeah, we've done extensive research on all the artworks. We have not started the percent for art process yet. We wanted to include the community in the discussion of the art placement before we put it before you, which is why
Understood, yeah.
we've done the work, we've done the research, we've spoken to Haas, and we've located most of them with details, but we didn't want to go in front of you without having the community.
Yeah, okay, that's great. We understand that. Is that everything did I miss anything, Shioshi, you're on?
I know, I just think Kara, who's not here today, who project managed this process, was just concerned that if the building moved ahead and the artwork wasn't integrated enough, that we would be in two different places. But it sounds like you all are trying to get it in sync. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, with that, this concludes thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this work on what is, we understand, like a very challenging project on many levels, physical and otherwise. So we really appreciate the sensitivity that you're bringing to this, all of you.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. This concludes our meeting. The public meeting is now adjourned.